So, you guys were just told a few moments ago that after the party you are to stick around as someone wishes to speak with you. But you are still in the midst of the party with everyone still here. So is there anything any of you wish to do? As it looks like the Primogens have taken kind of their own corners around the room, and each of the clans are kind of sticking with their Primogen. Every now and then you see one or two people kind of cross the room, say hi, but it looks more like a business deal in most cases. And very rarely you see someone cross the room and just greet someone from another clan as a friend. So what do you wish to
Todd
do?
got invited to stand with his Primogen, so he's going to hang out and just be enraptured by her beauty.
I'm going to move to the center of the room and wait for the guy to come get us because I've not talked to two Primogens. I don't think this newbie needs to talk to anymore.
Nathaniel, what about you?
I'm staying with my sire for now, just kind of seeing what's going to happen.
Okay. In that case, as you're kind of looking around and just basking in the Elysium and all its Primogens, as well as the number of kindred you see here that you have no idea who they are. In fact, I'd say the two... the two Toreadors. Could you guys make me wits awareness checks? Okay. Unfortunately, the crowd is a little bit too intense right now, as you're kind of trying to stick with your sire and your Primogen. And most of the finer details of this party seem to pass you by. But you do enjoy the party. And do any of you partake in the drinks of this party as you notice them to be passing around a red substance in wine glasses?
Only if my Primogen seems to expect it.
You look around and everyone kind of looks to be drinking freely, including her.
Sure, I'll take a drink.
Can I grab one and inspect it before I?
Once you get close, you can actually smell the kind of delicious scent that it gives off, and you know this is human blood.
I'll sip on it as I'm not really hungry, but I'll sip on it to kind of blend in.
Eventually, the party begins to die down, and you kind of witness people beginning to disappear from the room, one by one, including the Primogens, begin to make their way out. At this point, Todd, your Primogen, she turns to you and says, "Well, it was lovely, and I'm sure I'll be seeing more of you. Good night."
Good night, Primogen. It's been an honor.
As she leaves, you see Brett follow quickly behind her and turn around and give you a quick wink as he leaves.
Later, bro.
At this point, Nathaniel, your sire, begins to kind of tug at your arm like she's ready to go, and she does not know you have been told to wait here.
Just a quick question. Do you have the wrong sire again? Because last time you also said
yes.
she and had a...
It's because of Nikki's sire that I keep on getting mixed up with. That's why. Yes, he is kind of tugging on your arm, wanting to go, and he does not know that you have been told to stay, basically.
Okay. I think I should actually stay here. I've been told to wait before after the festivities.
Told? Told by who?
I'm not quite sure. It was
Do
a
I
woman.
hear the conversation?
Make a wits
Yeah, that's
awareness.
what I was about to... Can I
Both of you.
do
yeah.
that too? You said wits awareness?
Yep. Okay. Todd, as you're kind of seeing out your primogen, you kind of don't notice this conversation right now, but Brandon, you notice what's going on, and you see Nathaniel trying to convince his sire.
And I was told that we need to stay after because of some business that we need to attend to, right?
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna approach and I'm going to kind of politely bow and say, "Sir, we were told as a new coterie to stay here as there are some matters that are to be expected of us afterwards once everyone leaves."
He kind of turns at you and looks you up and down as you talk to him. Make a... Just make a charisma persuasion check.
You said persuasion?
Yep. Great. Nathaniel, your sire quickly looks back at you after this just stranger walks up to him and begins to talk with him about you staying, and he kind of puts on a bit of a frowny face at first, and then kind of realizes something, and then just gives a subtle smile as he nods at you and just says, "All right, I'll see you tomorrow then."
Yes, until tomorrow.
I'm gonna etiquetely bow and bow as he goes to walk away.
As you bow, he'll kind of look back at Nathaniel and smile heavily at that bow, and then carry on out the door.
I'm just gonna mouth a quick thank you to Brandon.
I'm gonna wink at Brandon or at Nathaniel. Kind of mouth, don't mention it. And I'll make my way back to the center of the room as I continue to wait.
You notice that the very last person to leave, who isn't a part of your coterie, is the Tremere Primogen, as he slowly walks through this grand hall and looks at you, all of you. Doesn't say anything.
I'm
Go on.
gonna, as he's approaching, I will bow, a little more dignified than I did with Nathaniel Sire, and just keep that bow until he passes by.
He will stop at your side, look at you as you bow. You see a tiny, tiny smile, and then he walks out. Is there anything the group wishes to talk about as they are now left alone?
I'm gonna put my hands behind my head, kind of stretching, and be like, well, guys, that was fairly exhausting, if I do say so myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You see that Jessica is kind of agreeing along with you, but she is too enraptured in the book that she was given earlier tonight, and she just is trying to her best to read and try and figure out what writing the book is written in certain parts.
Aiden, I have a question. We didn't
Yep.
see any Nosferatu primogen. Would I know, is there a Nosferatu primogen?
Make me a intelligence politics.
I was actually gonna ask that about the Malkavians.
Intelligence politics.
I've been thinking that this whole time. I'm like, I have not seen a single Malkavian. Something's up. Intelligence, politics. Boom. Oof.
Okay.
That's real cool. I'll leave it. Can't waste some more willpower on menial things.
First off, Todd, you know there is indeed a Nosferatu primogen, and he was not here tonight, nor was any other high-ranking Nosferatu of any type, which is very strange. And as well, Brandon, you know that, yes, there is also a Malkavian primogen, and the same with the Nosferatu, they were not here tonight, nor were any of their individuals.
I'm gonna. Does Todd have kind of like a puzzled look on his face?
Yeah. One other out of character question. Do we know the clans that make up the Camarilla at this time, or is that a another role? I'll make it if that's the case.
You can make me another intelligence politics.
Okay.
I'm going to roll a rouse check to see if I can get a better roll.
Todd, you're not sure. There are so many clans who can tell these days.
And for rouse, I add 2 for the modifier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wow.
All those dice.
Wow. And what was this for again?
Same thing. Because I think me and Todd are both kind of realizing something.
I mean, how many clans are even really out there these days? You're just not really sure. You know the obvious ones, you know, the Ventrue, the Toreador, the Malkavians, the Nosferatu. There, you already know from last game with a roll that you found out they're having some big troubles with the Gangrel, and relations between the Gangrel and the Camarilla are very on edge right now.
Okay. And the female that was staying over here smoking,
That was
she
a
was
gangrel.
Bruja?
No, that
That
was a
was Gangrel?
gangrel. And
Yeah,
she was
that
alone.
that
And then the
that
old
was
man was
that was
Bruja.
something that was said.
Mhm.
I thought you mentioned that the female gangrel had some bikers around her, or something like people that looked like that. Or did I misunderstand?
Did I say that? Oh no. Those weren't gangrel. Those were what they call them, ghouls.
Oh, okay.
As they were the ones
I
that
was
had
under
the
the impression
chains.
there were no ghouls here, but
The ones that had chains around them, those were ghouls.
got it.
And those were ghouls directly under the primogen.
So, anybody notice that there's no Nosferatu primogen here? At least none that we could see. Maybe they're blending into the wall.
Yes. I could say the same about the Malkavian. It's funny how the Gangrel showed up, and they're currently at odds with the Camarilla, but two that I haven't heard anything about being at odds with did not show up.
You think that means the Malkavians and the Nosferatu aren't part of this decision?
There's too many things it could mean. Potentially they're tasked with something themselves and were unable to make it. Perhaps there's something going on within the Camarilla that we don't know of. It's just too much to assume at this point.
But I mean, I'd at least think that they'd send a representative or something. Somebody. I don't know. It's weird.
I will not try to find out, as the last thing I need is to anger or offend anyone in a higher role than ourselves.
Todd's gonna walk around the room,
Okay.
see if maybe there's something like a message that might have been left, or maybe something that's unusually out of place. We don't even know whose house we're in. Maybe I can figure that out. I'm not gonna touch anything, just look.
Okay. Make me a wits investigation.
I'm actually gonna do a blood search for that. Yummy, yummy, beast is hungry.
I mean, there could be some cups left.
There are. Around you, you see half drank glasses of blood who have just been left there by kindred that have moved on. Around you, you see quite a few glasses.
Todd disgustingly looks at the drops of blood left in the glasses, the cold, stale blood. Gross.
Can I try to figure out what Todd's doing and or not, since if he's hungry?
I mean, you don't have to
Not
roll.
hiding what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm just
he's-
looking around.
He's snooping. You know?
Can I help him since I have sensed the unseen?
You can.
Yeah, I was gonna go help him investigate. I was also gonna hand him the cup that I barely sipped out of. Um,
Todd, have you made that roll?
Yeah, I did.
Oh wait,
It's up
did
there. I got one
you?
success.
But you roused, right?
Yeah, I added the extra dice.
Oh, I see. You roused after the fact. Okay. Yeah, with one,
The rouse, yeah, for some reason the rouse didn't pop up. I don't know.
it's okay.
It was
With
delayed.
a one success, I mean, you see a lot of very fancy um, kind of antiques that are just kind of being placed for show. Like, look at how amazing this is. A lot of gold, ornamentation, silver, but nothing you find kind of clues you into who this home belongs to, or anything else like that. The other two, if you wish to make separate rolls, as he already rolled, you can do that.
okay. I also want to, aside from regularly checking the place out, I want to check out in particular where the Tremere Primogen was sitting.
Okay.
It was intelligence investigation, right? For the regular.
Wits investigation. Three successes. Okay.
I'd roll the same and just like add the one modifier for the sense the unseen, right?
Yes. I mean,
No, it was blank. I'm assuming it has to do with blood magic. Though I
well,
should.
last
Is it
game.
still blank?
Last
Yeah.
game, you kind of you made a roll, and you rolled high enough to get the sense that it probably is something to do with blood with the card. As you kind of look around the area with A3, you do find in one of the drawers what seems to be a letter. And it seems like a more official letter, like maybe from the from the government, and it is addressed to. One second. Because I'm really crap with names, and I'm probably not going to say his name right. I'll just put it in the chat. This person. And for you, Nathaniel, you activate your eyes and you kind of look around the room, and nothing pops out to you as being odd or standing out.
All right.
I'm gonna. Wait, how did Todd know about that card?
I was standing like a meter or two away from you when he handed it to you, and I wasn't doing anything, so I watched the whole thing.
Okay. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, it's still blank. But I'll hold the letter up and I'm gonna ask, does anyone know who this Alan Sovereign is?
I have not heard the name.
You can I'd say Nathaniel and Todd, you can actually make intelligence politics with that name.
Oh yes, time to fail again.
Oof.
Ouch.
So what's the beast thing at the bottom do?
So that is it. Let me check. Yeah, so you got a bestial fail. So I need you to click on your token and go all the way to the top, and you should see something say, where is it? Compulsions. Click on that. Todd?
Yeah, I click.
Oh, there
Can
you
you
go.
not see it?
It's just popping up very late for me for some reason. Yeah, so you got your clan compulsion.
Hey, did you notice this chandelier?
As you
Looks
kind
like a
of,
guitar.
as you're kind of having this conversation with each other, you just watch as Todd kind of just begins to look up and walks into the center of the room and just begins to stare at the chandelier.
Are you alright there?
No response.
I'm gonna nudge him a little bit. Hey, you okay?
No response.
Can I attempt to force his head to meet my eyes and try to cloud his memory of the chandelier?
Interesting. Okay, so you grab a hold of his head and pull it down so his eyes meet yours and use cloud memory. I believe there would be a contested roll with that.
Charisma dominate versus wits plus resolve.
Go ahead.
I will rouse the beast. Did my rouse not pop up?
Is that 5 successes? Oh my god. So you need to get a 5 successes as well.
Yep.
As you are the aggressor here in order to win.
Charisma. Dominate. Where's... It's not letting me add dominate. Where did I see?
Well, usually just use it on the power rolls.
Oh, okay.
So if you scroll down to your disciplines and under your powers, where it says cloud memory, and it should be let you kind of choose it there. You can roll it.
2. Submit.
And you did it.
And I needed...
You needed 5
Okay.
as the aggressor takes it. So, as you kind of grab a hold of his head and move it down so his eyes fixate on yours, just for a second, you're able to, you say forget?
Yeah. I'm gonna say forget. And... Yeah.
And as he does that, Todd, the last thing you remember was looking around the room, trying to find any evidence of where this place is, who owns it. And then all of a sudden, you're in front of Brandon and he's holding your head.
Dude.
I'm gonna let go and I'm gonna say, well, maybe don't just ignore us while you're staring at a chandelier next time.
Look, man, it's probably like a pretty chandelier or something. Gotta admire
mean-
aesthetics in a place like this. I guess. I don't know. What chandelier? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna say, it doesn't matter. Alan saw Ren. Does that name mean anything to you?
Nope.
No.
Alright. Very well. I will put
Sounds like a made-up name, though.
It does sound, indeed, as a made-up name. I will put the letter in my pocket, and I will attempt to use one of the goblets with a little bit of blood in it, and try to drop a droplet of blood on the card that the Primogen gave him. The Tremere Primogen.
You're talking about the glass that you gave to Todd to drink from?
No, one of the empty glasses around.
Oh, okay.
Because, I mean, Todd also never took the glass from me, so.
Yeah, do be aware, Todd, he did give you a glass worth 1 point of hunger if you wanted to drink it.
Yeah, but it's old, stale blood. It's been
is.
sitting around in the glasses. That's gross.
But yeah, you drop a droplet of blood onto the card, and you watch as the card just absorbs the blood. And where you saw a blank card, you now see a phone number appear in red like ink in the middle of the card.
I'm gonna like light up a little bit and like, oh, dude, that's cool. And put it in my pocket.
As
And
you're putting it away in your pocket, you watch and the phone number disappears again, leaving just a blank card.
that's actually really cool. I'm gonna say, well, that makes two Primogen phone numbers I got. I said that out loud.
You said that out loud?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like Todd and Nathaniel.
What's cool?
I look down at my watch. What time is it? Like, how long do we have until sunrise?
You have, right now, it's around, this would be around 2 o'clock at night. You know that you've got maybe around 4 hours until the sun is up? No, sorry, that would be 3 hours until the sun is up, as this is late in the year. But as you're kind of just making chit chat, Jessica's in the corner trying to read her book, and you're kind of just perusing around the room. Eventually, a woman walks in. And she doesn't say anything. She just gestures to the door. And you watch Jessica quickly go walk out the door.
Whoa, hey. I try to go see who it is.
Did any of us recognize the lady? Or
You do. It's the lady that told you to wait.
I'm gonna try to reach out for Todd since I was still next to him and be like, I would say we should wait one moment.
What? While she takes us out of Elysium one by one? No, she wants to talk to us. She should come in here.
I don't think that would be a good idea. Obviously, there was a reason she was pulled aside. I would not.
Look, Jessica is in our coterie now. That means we need to look out for her and protect her.
This is also
You
not
don't-
our house or our domain.
You don't get the sense that Jessica was told to only go on her own. It was more like this way for all of you.
It also seemed pretty rude, probably, if we didn't follow now, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I'm gonna put
go.
my hands in my pocket and shrug, whatever. And I'll follow out last.
Okay. You all begin to make your way out of this room, back into the beautiful outerior of this building, and you are quickly led into what seems like a long corridor. And then you are asked to wait outside a big mahogany blackened 2 double door room as she gently knocks and the strange woman walks inside. You hear a little bit of mumbling with talking, but then eventually she comes back out and she says to you, "You may all go in now."
I'm gonna gesture to the tutorial doors and say, "After you."
I'll go in.
You
Same.
go in.
And as they both enter, I'll follow behind.
Okay. As you enter the room, a kind of chill runs down your spine as you see a beautiful old European style office, and you see 2 gentlemen. One sat down behind a big dark brown desk, and the other is an older man with very unique and what you've seen before earlier today, glasses. The man sat down, you notice immediately, as the prince. And the man next to him, you still don't know exactly who he is, but he stands at his side, waiting.
I'm going to kneel and bow before the prince and say, "Good eve, Lord."
I'll bow as well. My prince.
I'll also bow and keep my side a bit lower. My lord.
Jab Jessica with my elbow. Hey.
She will quickly kind of go down, but so fast that she kind of, you can hear like some of the floorboards beneath her kind of crack with her strength as she goes down too quickly. And then rises back up.
Can I ask a question? When people were, you said they were bowing, were they like kneeling or lying prostrate on the floor, or were they just like tilting their heads?
The lower level kindred were.
Yes, it really depended on what level the kindred were. You saw the primogens give a gentle kind of just nod, barely, not even a bow, just like a nod. You saw the people kind of just below them, the primogen kind of gave more of a formal bow. And then you even saw some of people go on down onto one knee.
I would assume they were like newer kindred like ourselves.
It's more about how much respect you want to show to your prince.
Okay, but nobody was lying prostrate on the floor.
No.
Okay.
No,
I'll take a knee. That seems respectful enough.
Yeah, I only take a knee and keep my head bowed until he asks us to raise our heads.
That's fine. You can stand.
And I stand up.
Also, please place your tokens in front of the prince, if you would. I'll grab Jessica's. He will stay seated, and the man next to him will just kind of examine all of you. The prince will begin to speak, and it seems more like of a relaxed tone, as less formal. So, how did you enjoy the party?
If I'm honest, I prefer a little more rock and roll, but you know, it was cool for yeah, yeah, it was all right. Been like it's like kind of some red carpet stuff I've been to.
My lord, it was extravagant beyond compare. Though I must say, as such a lowling in your domain, I felt a bit out of place.
I personally think it was really lovely. Thank you again for the invite.
Of course. Jessica, as you all take your time saying things, she kind of just says, yeah, it was really good. And kind of just keeps her head down, clinging onto the book still. He then kind of looks you all in the eye and says, as some of you already know, when it comes to new coteries in my city, I usually assign a task. Something simple. Something to help prove themselves. And your group will be no exception. Now, with this little assignment, it is a little bit more complicated than most, as it will not take place here in Chicago. In fact, it will not take place here in America. I've been contacted by a representative from London, and it would seem Mithras is calling in a favor. All of you roll me intelligence politics. Ooh.
Oof.
Ooh. What's with these rolls? No! No! No!
What is going on?
Ugh,
Now I've got a
this is not-
cloud memory. 2 people?
This is not the time to be doing this.
Willpower.
no. All right, I'm gonna say both of you clicking your tokens. They can't willpower reroll. They have they've got red dice, more red dice than black.
Oof.
If you're both clicking your tokens and go up and click on the mercy button.
Oh no.
Okay. So we'll start with Todd right now. Todd, as you're kind of thinking and trying to connect the dots of the name that he just mentioned, and earlier you couldn't really find anything, and it just seems like tonight's been one kind of mislead after another, and you feel the beast inside beginning to rouse, and you feel that you're about to do something probably stupid in front of the prince, and you manage to just stop yourself as, let's see, as you begin to tear into your own flesh with your fingernails, and you quickly took away your hand that begins to heavily bleed. You are going to get 1 hungrier from the blood loss. And you do notice that the prince and the man beside him kind of notice this, but don't say anything. But with that kind of pain that you go through, you're able to keep control in front of the prince. Meanwhile, Nathaniel, please click on your token. And at the very top, please click on the compulsions.
Don't be a bad one. Don't be a bad one.
You got dominance, as you need to dominate something or someone.
Oh no.
Just keep in mind, it does not mean you have to do that now, but you have to play your character in a more dominant stance. You can, however, sacrifice your willpower in order to keep composed and stop yourself from doing something stupid in front of the prince, the worst person to do something stupid in front of. So please keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Brandon, with a 5 success, you're not overly known to know the inner workings of the Camarilla, especially overseas. But the name that he mentions, that kind of hits a spark with you, as you have heard other older kindred talk about this name in respect, in fear, in admiration, in jealousy. You know from a 5, you know that Mithras is a kindred that lives in the UK, that rules pretty much all of the UK, and the places that he doesn't rule, they're more like figureheads for Mithras. He is known to be one of the oldest vampires around. You're not sure what generation he is, but you know he is thousands of years old, and he is still kicking around, which is quite the feat these days. You also know some stories that Mithras likes to see himself as a bit of a god, a living god. But he's also, as long as you follow the rules, been known to be fair. The people under him. And that's all you know from that.
Okay. I'm gonna let a look of almost mixed worry and awe at the same time come across my face as he says that.
And when it comes to Jackson, your prince, and the Prince of London, there is no comparison. If they were to be on levels, Jackson would be on a 3, while Mithras would be on a 10. He is a very big deal in the Camarilla. But Jackson goes on and says, "It would seem they need something cleaned up, and apparently they need outside help. So, I was wondering, as our new coterie of the city, if you would like to earn some respect, some favor. Would this be something you might be interested in?"
I'm gonna bow and say, "Yes, my lord," and a chance to meet or even be in the same vicinity as one so revered as Lord Mithras would be an honor within itself.
One more thing you would know that I kind of skipped over. Mithras is a Ventru. Not just a Ventru, but, you know,
The
the Ventru. Yeah.
I will just nod along with Brandon.
Nathaniel.
He's like, what do I do?
Exactly.
I will overpower Mithras.
Oh my
What?
god.
No, no.
You've got to say
He
something.
can't avoid establishing dominance at a 2-die penalty, right?
Yes, he basically, if you don't achieve your dominance at the start, if you don't just do it, you can take a 2 dice penalty to basically everything. If you want to do that.
Yeah, I think I'll take the penalty.
Okay.
When it says their next interaction into a competition, is that like the next time he interacts with somebody else, or the next time he interacts with even the same person?
The same person. It'd be their next interaction with, next conversation with anyone.
Oof. I don't blame you. I'd take that penalty too.
So, what do you still have to say something, even with the penalty?
I just like to just like nod and try to say just like a quick yes.
Okay. As you all kind of notice, Nathaniel kind of vigorously shake his head in agreement, and then a quick yes. And you can probably all notice that he is having a tough time in front of someone so powerful right now.
I'm gonna shake my head and look over at Todd with that kind of, are we doing this again? Look.
So, my prince, shall we be leaving immediately, or are there preparations we need to make?
There are preparations that I need to make, as you will be flying, and I don't think I have to tell you that flying can be dangerous for our kind.
Yeah, right.
You'll have a day. Tomorrow, this same time, be back here. Please, put your affairs in order, just in case.
Got it.
I'm gonna nod.
Once you return, you will be, and you see a kind of small smirk across his face, like he just thought of a joke. You will be shipped overseas to the UK. I do not have the final destination yet, as they have been very, and he will look to the older man on his right, stingy with the details. But wherever you're going, I will make sure that someone meets you there and guides you. Any questions?
No, sir.
So if I understand correct, we'll be given a contact at some point in the future then?
When you arrive, I'll make sure someone's there to guide you. You won't be alone in this.
All right, good. I'm thankful that you have arranged for us to make this journey much more peaceably than it had to be. Speaks volumes about your wisdom.
Make a charisma persuasion check.
Come on. of all the roles, this has to be a good one.
Okay.
Is that good or bad?
However, that is a messy crit. Okay. So, with a messy crit, yeah, I'm going to say that you can tell that your flattery has gone over well with the prince as he kind of gives you a nod after saying so. But the man on the right, you take a quick glimpse and it looks like he is not exactly frowning at you, but you can tell that there is some rivalry there. And like a dog to its master who may have found a new puppy, kind of just scoffs at you. But do you have any more questions for the prince while you're here?
I suppose I will be getting my affairs in order. I'll be here tomorrow. And Todd will request if he is dismissed. Because he really needs to go hunt.
He will give you a head nod and give you permission to leave.
Yeah. And Todd's going to be locating his herd as quickly as possible.
I am going to give me a second to find the thing. I am going to ask the prince, my lord, should I go under my other identity? I have two in mask, or 2 dots in mask, and it says I can pass a background check with the National Police, FBI, whatever. Pretty much all my military information has been classified and stuff like that. So that's why I'm asking if I should go as my...
The prince goes quiet and thinks about it for a second, and then looks at you and says, I do not think it will play too much of a role, no matter which one you go as I believe when you are there, you will be... And he will look to this older gentleman again, and the older gentleman just nods at him. Be given a different persona.
I'm gonna nod and say, my lord, I understand. May I be dismissed as to gather the resources of which I have here to be able to take with me?
You may, but please be aware, and this goes doubly for you, no guns. Not in that country. It would be unwise, I believe.
Yes, my lord. I understand. As he said this, I'm going to, once I'm dismissed, head back to my little apartment house and go start consolidating all of the cash and stuff that I have.
Okay.
Saved up in my apartment.
At this point, Jessica will just agree and ask to be dismissed. She's quickly let go, leaving you, Nathaniel. Is there anything you wish to ask?
No, but can I spend some willpower to just normally ask if I'm dismissed too?
You don't have to spend any willpower for that. You kind of just Well, go ahead, ask.
My lord, thank you for this opportunity. May I be dismissed now as well?
He will pause and look at you up and down as he can clearly see that you are in some sort of distress. And you get the sense that he sees this many times before. And he will just not say anything to you, just nod. A deep nod.
Okay, I quickly bow and also head out.
Okay. So, you now have one night to assign and set your affairs in order. You have one night to do anything you want, as it would seem tomorrow night you will be leaving not just the city, but this country for who knows how long. So we'll start with the first person to leave. As Todd, you make your way out of the building of this beautiful estate. And what do? I think you said you wanted to go feed?
Yeah, I'm gonna go feed him my herd.
Okay. In that case, you can... what point of herd do you have?
I think, let's see, I'm pretty sure I only have one, so that lets me slake one hunger.
Okay, then yeah, easy enough to do.
That should make it a little bit easier for me to hunt without making a fool of myself.
What hunger are you at right now?
2.
So yeah, you can slate one of those hungers, as that is something you can do with your herd.
All right, and if there is any remaining time, he will go hunt. But it's pretty early in the morning. Probably going to be hard to find his type of people.
It's up to you if you want to try it.
Although maybe not. Yeah.
Would you like?
He's gonna try and look for like an after party.
Would you like to try and? Would you like to role play the feeding, or would you like to just roll for it?
At this point, let's just roll for it if that's okay, because I like to move things along here.
Make a hunter's roll then. Two successes, and it is very early in the morning.
I will re-roll the 2 and the 5.
Okay.
But after this, I'm turning in.
Okay, there you go. With a 3, you see what seems to be a kind of woman who seems not slobbery drunk, but kind of who's had a few drinks, and they're kind of just trying to make their way home. And you see around, there is no one around. If you wanted to try and, make a move on her. But how do you exactly usually get people to give their blood?
I usually try to find parties and find people who are doing drugs or people that I can convince to do drugs with me, and then feed from the people who are high.
Then yes, this person would count, and I'll just say that you can. How much would you want to feed from them?
Just one. If she's drunk and I'm gonna get her high, then she doesn't need me taking anymore.
Okay, then you can take one.
All right. And messaging Zindi, it's that I need to pack. She probably needs to pack too, but she's gonna need to probably book her own airline flight. Tell her to get her passport ready. And mine.
I need to make a note of that. So you are taking your ghoul, not your ghoul. You're taking her with you.
Yeah, she goes pretty much everywhere I go.
Okay. Is that all you wanted to do?
Yep.
Okay, we will now move over to Brandon. You have just left the building. What do you do?
I'm going to go immediately to my tiny apartment and consolidate all the cash that I've been saving into a briefcase. Well, not a briefcase, it probably wouldn't fit, but into like a duffel bag. And make sure, and then I'm gonna like all the guns I have, I'm gonna consolidate those in the trunk of my car.
Uh-huh.
And once I have all my cash in my duffel bag, I'm going to text Harry and say, meet me at my house.
Okay. Question is, with the guns, are you going to try and take a gun with you in secret?
No, the Lord said I shouldn't, or the Prince said I shouldn't, so I shall not.
Okay.
Push my luck.
You get home, and maybe around 30 minutes later, you hear a knocking at the door.
I'm gonna look through the people to see if it's Harry.
It's him.
I'm gonna let him in and gesture for him to come in. And kind of gesture, go ahead and have a seat, and I'll go grab the bottle of scotch that I keep for whenever he comes over.
He goes and sits down, and he'll kind of just look at you and say, So what's up?
I'm gonna set the scotch and the glass down in front of him and kind of lean back against the wall. I'm gonna say, well, Harry, I've helped you out a lot. I have some favors I need from you. I'm gonna be going away for an unknown duration of time. I am leaving you my car and all of my weapons. I need you to look after them. And the car's a 68 Charger. And I will get him back when I'm back, if I make it back.
Whoa. Make it back. Wait, whoa. What are you talking about? Are you in some trouble? Do you need us?
No, I don't. It's not so much help that I need. I just need someone to look after my stuff. You know me. I'll always make a way. I'm gonna write down Little John's number, because I'm sure I'd have it since he was my street informant.
Mm-hmm.
I'll write down his number and his name, and I'll say, if you need information, I don't let this name out lightly. Make sure he's protected. Don't arrest him. He is very useful. He is a dealer, but he is also very useful when it comes to the darker alleys. And I'll hand the name over to Harry. Just look after him, make sure my informant don't die, and watch after my car. My guns are in the trunk. Need you to do this for me, Harry. I'll owe you a great favor when I get back.
You won't owe me shit, alright? You've done enough for me. This is the least I could do. Just be safe, and For fuck's sake, hurry back. All right.
I'm gonna reach out my hand and go to shake his hand. Say, I will. I have to be getting to bed soon. Make yourself at home. Don't disturb me. And then I'll be leaving tomorrow.
He'll
And then
kind of
go.
just stare at you, and you're not sure like what he's thinking right now, but everything that you've told him, it does seem to be weighing on him. But he kind of just nods and shakes your hand, and he does what you say.
Right? For sake of knowing how much I have, I will need to get a number. I have 3 dots in resources, and then there's my car, which is the 68 Charger, and then the apartment that I stay in. Everything else I would have kept consolidated as cash. So I just need a number on how much I'm able to bring with me.
Well, you know that with 3 dots, that's a lot of money. And obviously you could take quite a lot with you, but that would be room, that would be space that you'd have to give up.
Yeah, I'm only bringing, a duffel bag with the money, and then a few changes of clothes, including the suit that I wore tonight.
Well, if you wanted like a ballpark, how much would be acceptable to take on a plane and kind of arrive there and not pay any attention with, a lot of money?
Yep.
You could take anywhere between $10,000 to $30,000.
Okay. All right. And that's all I'm gonna do before I go to bed.
Okay. In that case, I will move over to Nathaniel now. After
I still
Yep.
I still need to play out my compulsion, right?
Yep. So after you leave the building, what do you do?
Time to alienate my sire. Yes.
So you want to go meet up with your sire?
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way to the home of your sire, and as soon as you enter, it is getting late, but as soon as he sees you, he kind of comes over and just says, "So, what was it? What did they want?" Do it. Nathaniel, you there?
Yeah. Yeah. Just.
Do it. Wreck them.
No. 1 second. Oh, just nothing that would concern you.
Make me a. Make me a. Make me a charisma plus script. Intimidation. Okay.
Oh, come on.
So I'm gonna let that messy crit slide, as it is dealing with another compulsion. So you say this, and you watch his face kind of just drop a little bit, and he takes a step back from you and just says, "Oh, well, all right. I was just wanted to know if yours okay. But you're all grown up now, I guess. Okay."
Seems like it.
And he will not say anything else to you, and you get the sense that you probably hurt him a little bit there, and definitely took the role for the probably, if I'm reading Nathaniel's backstory right, for the first time really stood up to your sire in that way. Would you say that's accurate?
Yep.
And they kind of turn around and they just quickly look back and say, "All right, well, I'm here if you need me." And they will begin to make their way up the stairs. Do you say anything else more to them?
Yeah, I'm gonna really take the knife and.
Oh my god!
Oh no. I mean, I won't, but I suppose it's appreciated.
You see them as they're going up the stairs stop in the middle of the stairs just for a second. The head lowers just a tiny bit, and then they carry on up the stairs as you have just dug the knife in that much deeper. Is there anything else you wish to do?
I suppose I'm going to prepare for tomorrow on my own now.
You get the sense, yes. Is that what would you like to prepare?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to pack some extra clothing and also like take a bit of my money with me.
Okay. Just do you have any dots in is it resources? Yes.
Yeah.
I should have. I think I've got. I don't know how many dots it is, but I think I've got rich.
Rich is 3 dots.
Okay. So how much would you like to take, as you can, just like Brandon, take anywhere between 1,000 to 30,000?
I think I'm gonna take like 15,000 with me.
Okay. You pack it up and you kind of get some clothes ready. You get the money and put them in the suitcase, going over how you just talked with your sire for the first time, going over that you're meeting the prince, going over this assignment in another country. And you're kind of feeling a little bit overwhelmed, but do you think that your character, Nathaniel, do you think he would be excited or scared at this opportunity?
I think it'd be a bit of both. Sort of excited to like be on his own for the first time, but also a bit scared because it's a totally new country.
And as you're having those emotions, we will back out and watch as the sun rises, as all of you make your way to bed. And knowing that the next day, the next night, should I say, comes with adventure, mystery, and probably danger. So, can I have everyone make a new rouse check for the new day?
Are you able to roll for people?
I am.
Can you roll that rouse check for me? I'm outside waiting for this tow truck.
Yep, that's fine. Did anyone fail?
Yep, me.
Yep.
Oh god.
I'm hungry.
Preparing for a trip to London's a bit of a struggle, huh? Did I fail
That's right.
mine?
Get a snack.
Esty?
You did. You failed.
Okay.
You're now at 1 hunger. And I also rolled for Jessica, but she rolled a... Yep, she's fine. So, the next night comes and you all awake. You may take your willpower back as well. And I know some of you need it.
And that's composure or resolve, whichever's higher.
Yep. So for you, it doesn't matter. They're both the same.
Yeah.
So
And
I'll
I
just
should be
do
full
that
now.
now. There you go. Done that for you. Okay. So as the new night comes, and you know that later on tonight you have to be there, after all agreeing to be there, do you guys do anything before you have to arrive?
I'm gonna shoot a text over to Little John and basically tell him I'm leaving and that I tasked somebody to look over him.
You get a few messages back saying, you know,
Tow
where
truck's
you're
here.
going. Oh, yep, go ahead. Anyone else?
The first thing I want to do is just check with Zindi and see if she was able to charter a flight for herself to London.
She was. Unfortunately, it's expensive as hell, especially last minute flight. But yes.
Well, since I'm being shipped, it doesn't have to necessarily be last minute. But yeah, even if it's like weeks' notice, it's not the best situation.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll pay her back whatever it costs. I usually pay for this stuff. She probably has a credit card that's in my name or something like that. Like she's a secondary user on.
Yeah, we can say that. I'll just make a note of that on her sheet real quick. Nathaniel, are you doing anything?
The compulsion is over now, right? After
Yeah, it's over.
yesterday. Okay, so I'd like to talk with my sire again.
Okay.
And just quickly say like, I suppose I'll not see you for some time now.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know. You haven't told me anything. But you're all grown. I'm sure you can handle it.
He kind of like wait, words. He's kind of gonna like back off a bit and just be like, yeah, I'm sure I will, and just sort of leave quietly after that.
Okay. As you are leaving, in the one of the reflections of a mirror, you see your sire kind of stand up, almost like to say something else to you, but then kind of quickly sit back down and carry on with whatever they were doing as you leave. And with that, let's read this. At that point, you all kind of make your last preparations, get your affairs in order, said what you needed to be said to whoever, and now have made your way back to the manor house. And the first thing that you notice when going back there is a bunch of black cars all lined up in the driveway. All of them large, all of them tinted windows, and all of them with lots of space in the back. Do any of you do anything as you kind of are allowed into the grounds and are making your way up the driveway to the front of the building?
I probably would have hired like a black cab to take me here.
Mm-hmm. In that case,
I'm not sure if you know what that is, but it's it's like a luxury kind of cab service.
Mm-hmm. Your retainer, would they have been gone with you, or would they have gone on their own to the airport now?
I assume she's not going to want to spend time in the shipping container I'm probably going to be in, based on what the prince said. He didn't describe our accommodation, so yeah, she's just going to be taking her own flight to London. Since I've gone on international tours before, we'll just have an arrangement to like meet up as soon as I get there. In the meantime, she gets a little vacation.
And as you're kind of going up the driveway, you see waiting at the front of the door, you see this person. Where are they? You see this man. And he is surrounded by people who are much bigger than him, and they seem to be waiting for you. And you, at this point, you all see kind of Jessica is already waiting there, being the first to arrive, as the rest of you begin to trickle in and slowly all make your way there. Once you all arrive, the man kind of gestures to the people behind him as they wheel out what seem to be metal, what look like caskets. And I'm guessing that all of you at this point understand what you're about to go through. And he kind of opens one and looks to you, Todd, and just says, I think this one would go well with you. Why don't you step in?
Remembering his dirty look to me from the other night, can I make an insight check?
You can. Make an insight check.
Insight and what?
Oh, insight, and it would be wits insight. 2. He's not giving off any indicators of why he's asking you to get in this one, but after actually looking at the box and looking at this container, you can see it is a little bit more. It's definitely the smallest container out of all of them, as they are not completely all the same to accommodate people of different sizes. and it would seem he's trying to give you the smallest one. You could fit, but it would be uncomfortable.
Is there anybody shorter?
I'd say Nathaniel would be shorter.
Looks a little small. Maybe this one would be better for Nathaniel.
Oh. He'll look at the box.
Just a thought.
Well, if you don't want to take my offer, very well. And there we will pause the game as Jessica, are you there?
Yep.
So, just a quick recap of what happened. You guys picked up at the party. They were a bit of conversation. You found out that the person that you should see on your screen, the older man who you saw next to the prince last game, that was his home. You found out that the Malkavian Primogen as well as the Nosferatu Primogen were not there, were not at attendance, as well as none of their lowers for some reason. From there, you were invited into a separate room where the prince was waiting for you, along with this man. He told you that usually he gives a chance for new coteries to prove themselves as a small task, but this would be different as he has been contacted by the Prince of London, who you some of you figured out that this would be Mithras, the Ventru, the King of Kings, one of the oldest and most powerful kindred around, bit of a demigod in some ways, and one of his, what the prince said, one of his representatives had contacted Kevin Jackson and asked for outside help, but being very vague about it. And the group agreed to take on this assignment. And right now you are all being packed into very small metal containers and you are being shipped like packages to the UK. Do you
Perfect.
understand?
Yep. Yep.
So I will just do a little bit of a rewind right now and say, after talking with the prince and going out, I did give everyone the chance to get their affairs in order, and if they wanted to bring anything, if they wanted to, do anything before leaving, they could. So I'm throwing you a little bit in the deep end again here. Is there anything you want to do before leaving the country behind and going off to some random place?
Do we know if this is a permanent situation, or is this semi-permanent, or like what's going on?
Everything that you've been told is that this is just a favor and not a permanent thing. You're not being reassigned to a different city.
Okay. All right. In case we're gone longer than we expected, Jessica's gonna leave a couple months worth of rent money, to her friend, and just let Hector know that she's gonna be gone for a while, I guess.
Okay.
Nothing really holding her back to Chicago.
Hector is pissed at the whole situation.
Of course he is.
He is. You can tell, even though he puts on a facade most of the time, you can tell that he is worried about you, and the fact that you are now leaving the country in the dead of night to fly across the ocean for some random task that you have not really been told anything about. He is worried, and even though he tries to hide it, you can tell, and that's where his anger is coming from. But you will kind of make your way back to the meeting place where you are now being assigned your quite literal metal coffins as you are going to be flying, and flying is a very dangerous thing for a kindred.
Mhm.
And back with the scene, Todd, after he just told you that, do you get in it or do you pick another one to get in?
You know what? They're all small. I'm sure he picked out fine. I'm gonna climb in. Suck it up for now.
In that case, please make me a charisma. You know what? With you, why don't we make it? Let's make it a charisma performance. Be free. As you kind of get in and show a little bit more respect to the higher up, and you can definitely tell he is a higher up. You're not exactly
Oh,
sure
yeah,
what
I smile.
position, but as you
I
do
give him a
so,
thumbs up from the inside the coffin. I'm like, fits perfect.
you watch as he smiles as you do so, and you can see that the kind of resentment or bad blood that you had or he had with you, you can kind of see it melting away as you kind of in a way bend the knee, or at least give a bow in this kind of gesture, and he kind of just gives you a little nod and then closes the top of the lid. And then he will look over at you, Brandon, and pull out another kind of a metal casket, pure kind of silvery in a way, and he will just gesture to get inside.
I'm gonna grab my duffel bag and go in.
With the bag, it is quite hard to close the actual lid, but eventually, when you shove it down near your feet and kind of crush it a little bit, you're able to do so. Jessica, as he brings out a kind of a thinner container, he will look at you and offer you his hand to help you inside.
And I will gladly take it. Thank you, sir.
He'll just nod, and you are placed into the darkness. And then looking over at Nathaniel, he will do the same. Offer you a open casket.
I'll also go in and just say a quick thank you.
As you get into this casket, you quickly realize that it's quite spacious, as almost like this was meant for someone else. And you're quite comfy. And the lid quickly closes. Next is darkness. And for the next 2 hours, you hear movement, you hear noises, you hear machinery, you hear arguing, you hear someone saying, "Oh, isn't that terrible?" You hear other people saying, "You shouldn't stare, show respect." And eventually things get a little bit colder and very, very louder as you hear the sound of engines as the hours pass. Engines massive. And for those of you who have flown before, you know what these type of engines are. And eventually you come to rest and stop moving. Quickly before feeling a rumbling sensation and a kind of strange movement that leaves your stomach kind of in knots. But eventually that calms, and there is less buckling, more just a humming throughout the entire area. After some time passes, you all begin to get tireder, and eventually you know by how you're feeling that the sun is rising. And here's the question. Do any of you try and stay awake?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stay awake.
Okay.
Do not want my coffin casket thing being opened without me being there if at all possible.
So, could you please make me a willpower roll? Ooh. Unfortunately, as you're trying to kind of keep awake and keep focused, you know that the sun won't hit you, but it's too much to bear, and no matter how you try and keep your eyes open, eventually you just slip into the abyss that is the kindred sleep. Anyone else?
I'll try. I'll try to stay awake for a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see here. Willpower.
You fare a little bit better as you know that the sun is up and you're still awake, but after about maybe a few minutes, eventually your eyes close and you slip into that darkness.
I can try, but I don't think I'm gonna do any better.
It is a very hard thing to do. Unfortunately not. Nathaniel, are you going to sleep or are you going to try and stay awake?
No, I'm going to trust these coffins and just
Okay.
sleep.
As the abyss takes you, the darkness that what you now call sleep takes you. Eventually, you all open your eyes, still in darkness, and I need everyone to make another rouse check as it is another new day.
God damn.
Ooh, I see some hungry people.
All that stain on humanity. just to go back.
Okay. You all awake, and you still feel the metal, cold metal all around you, and you're in darkness. Do any of you do anything?
So one of the arrangements that I would probably have, if possible, I'm not sure if this was possible in 2002, would be to have a mobile phone that would be able to connect once we get to London. But if I wouldn't be able to get that together with my resources, that's okay.
I'd say yes. With your resources, you could have had a phone prepared. So I'd say yeah, you could have a phone if you wish it.
Okay, I'm just gonna pull it out and I'm gonna see if I'm getting a signal.
You are only one bar, but it's weak, but you do have a signal.
Okay, might be out in the harbor somewhere.
And
So we're in roaming right now?
say again.
Gonna pop off a message to Zindi real quick. Just
Our
let her
phone-
know.
Our phones would be in roaming at the moment, I would assume. For those who didn't buy a phone plan in London.
Mm-hmm.
And hella expensive.
As you get
Oh yeah.
yeah. As you send the message, it isn't long until you get a message back saying, "Where are you?"
Don't know yet.
Sends a message back. "Hurry up, I'm cold."
No shit, it's fucking London.
you get a message back with a kind of frowny face, and it just says, "It's raining. I can't believe how much it's raining.
Use my card. Buy a coat.
I already did."
Stay in the hotel. I'll let you know when know where I'm at.
You get a kind of like laughing face, but then quiet. No more messages. Go ahead, Brendan.
Send a heart and then turn off the phone to conserve battery power.
Okay.
Where we're at, like if I were to open my lid, we're in the cargo, I assume, right?
You have no idea. You don't feel any hums of any engines. You don't hear any engines or people talking. You don't hear anything. You don't even know if you're... Yeah, go ahead.
Can I try to creak my lid open and peer out to see what's around me?
You try and open the lid, and it doesn't move.
I guess I'll sigh and play Snake on my Nokia if I can fumble it out of my pocket.
Anyone else do anything? I'll take that as a no. After some time...
I will practice some air guitar inside as much as I can in the cramped space.
Yeah, Jessica's just gonna probably read that book that she got.
It's very difficult to do as you're in complete darkness.
Yes.
Props her phone up under her chin, face.
Yep. Yeah, I take out my little flashlight.
And you begin to read.
Yeah.
Do you think Jess would appreciate a classic like that?
She would try. She's gonna try for the sake of trying.
If it wasn't from a Primogen, she'd say hell no.
Yeah, if it wasn't from somebody that she like that could actually just kill her instantly, she'd be like, I fucking hate this and throw it out.
But I would like... Who would be the closest? Nathaniel and Jessica. Could you both make me wits awareness checks?
Man, Nathaniel.
Oh no.
Oh no!
God. Okay.
Nathaniel's just not having a good time at all.
That's domestic critical, I can't help.
So, Nathaniel, can you click in your token and hit the compulsions again, please?
Yes, Jessica, this has already happened in front of the prince.
Oh no!
Hunger. Okay, this is good. You got the least painful one. You go up in hunger. As you're getting frustrated being locked like an animal in this fucking cage. Jessica, on the other hand, you hear coming outside some talking as someone enters a room. It sounds like a door opens, and you hear two men talking. So what are we supposed to do? Look, all I was told is that when they're up, they'll let us know, and then we just let them out, we get paid, and that's it. I don't know about this. What if we get caught? This is prison time. Look, you're worrying again, just shut it, all right? It's fine. Trust me. And as you hear this, you can't help but to press your hands and your head against, trying to get a better listening point. And in doing so, you start to hear the metal creak. And with the messy crit, with your incredible Bruja strength, you actually rip the whole fucking lid off of this thing off and push forward almost a feet. And you watch as the two men just quickly turn and look at you. They don't say anything. They are just speechless looking at you.
Do we hear the landing of the coffin lid?
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and speak out. Like, if I can, I'm gonna say, I would assume that would be our overly zealous new ally, Jessica, correct? What are we?
I'm making eye contact with those two guys.
You. Hello?
I'm gonna activate awe.
Oh,
Hi. How you doing today?
oh, you came out of a coffin. Whoa. Hello. My name's Smith, and this is Peter. Yeah, I'm Peter. Yeah. What's up, love?
Hi, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Good. Why are you in a coffin?
That is a very good question.
Do we hear this conversation?
Yes.
I'm gonna say, will somebody let me out of this box?
You see, we don't quite know where we are. Could one of you gentlemen help me up, please?
The kind of shy one comes over, and while the other bigger one kind of looks at you and just says, "Do you want me to let your friends out?"
Oh, if you wouldn't mind, that would be such a great help. To be fair, we don't really know where we are, and we don't know how we got here. So, that'd be great.
You're at Newcastle Airport. And at this point, Brandon, you hear the latch open, and you kind of watch as the lid opens about a few inches, and you see someone peering into you.
Before the lid is opened all the way, I want to activate awe. And I will say, go ahead, open this thing. I will not touch you.
Okay. As you open, he looks at you and just says, "Fucking hell, you Americans really are beautiful people. God." And at this point, because there are two people now using awe, you have a choice. Would you like to both fall for each other's awes, or would you like to try and stop and fight the compulsion to basically like each other?
I'm going to deactivate my awe, and I'm going to, while I have his attention from the, like, because I would assume it would take him a second before he looked away from awe being turned off.
Well, here's the thing. Awe still works on vampires, so would you like to give in to Jessica's awe, where it would affect you, or would you like to try and fight it?
No, I was just trying to, like, use awe to keep the human from freaking out, so I wouldn't have to fight the urge.
Okay, so in that case, you look over at Jessica, and she is really beautiful. But the man kind of looks at you as he goes over to one of the other cases as, "Nathaniel, your lid is opened a few inches."
Activates all.
Let's all just.
Funny you say that, because I am a bit hungry and I would like to finish.
You all activate awe, they just start seizing, having strokes.
Knock, knock, knock.
Yep.
Hey, is somebody gonna get me out?
I'll walk over to. Oh.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'll walk over to Todd's casket while the guy's opening Nathaniel's casket, and I'll open Todd's.
Do you have awe active?
Uh, figure out if I need to fight Jessica's off.
So you have the option to either just feed into mine, or you can try to fight it off if you want.
Yeah, what would that be to fight it off?
It's charisma and intelligence. Sorry, composure intelligence, I mean.
Yes.
To resist. Ooh.
Wow.
Whoa, shoot.
Holy shit.
I have an idea, Aiden, if you'll let me do this.
Go ahead.
Can I just run over and feed on the guy because I'm so hungry from being locked in this coffin as my messy critical?
Absolutely. As in a flash, which person?
Rapid reflexes.
Which?
The nearest mortal I see.
Okay, so that would be the bigger guy, the guy who was a little bit less, who seemed to be in on this whole situation. And you, in a second, and you're all shocked about this, in a second he is out the box, on his neck, and you see a squirt of blood kind of mist the wall behind him as the more shy man sees this, and you see a look of shock in his eyes, and what goes from loving Jessica and whoever else has awe up to worry and no longer affected by the awe as they are now in danger.
Oh, you fucking
With 3 successes, do I
piece of
resist
shit.
the awe?
Hang on, Brandon, what?
With 3 successes, am I able to resist the awe?
You have to roll for that as well, Jessica.
Yep.
No,
Nope, sorry, wrong thing. Oh god. It's manipulation and presence, right? For awe, yeah.
Yeah. A 3. So the aggressor takes it, and that would be Jessica.
So that means I'm...
She's beautiful.
You think I'm extra pretty?
Yep. She is the most fascinating person in this room. And the man, the shy man, looks like he is about to scream and go running for the door.
Can I bring myself to grab him?
He's right in front of me too, right?
Yep, he is literally standing in front of Jessica as he is like a puppy dog in her eyes, or at least a second ago was.
I'm going to grab his wrist.
Okay.
And pull him, force him to look in my eyes.
Okay. As you grab his wrist and force his head to look at yours, which is easy to do with your strength, behind him you see Brandon appear, grabbing his shoulders and helping you keep a hold of him.
No.
What do you do?
I want to try to avert his gaze from fuckhead trying to feed, and oh, come on, darling, talk to me. He's off doing something really, really stupid right now. I don't know. He's got a biting kink or whatever.
Can I go ahead and just bite into this dude now that Jessica's holding him?
You can't. He is free to be bitten.
Ah, you fucker! I was gonna. Get out of here! Leave!
Nobody says we can't feed from the same person.
You've been in the UK for less than a minute, and already you're leaving bodies. Unreal.
You guys are fucking idiots.
I'm not planning to leave a body.
Oh my god!
Before you guys do anything else, Todd, as you bite into this person, how much are you taking?
I am gonna slake 1 hunger, just to kind of tide me over a little bit.
He is fighting back as you're only taking 1. He is still healthy and strong. Well, not strong.
I am actually gonna leave a lingering kiss on him.
Oh.
Oh my god.
You guys went from 0 to 100 real quick.
Welcome to the coterie.
So,
Who needs a ghoul?
is that a presence power?
It is.
Yeah, presence 2 power.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so they make a willpower test, difficulty equal to the user's presence. What is your presence? How many dots do you have in presence?
I have 3.
You have 3. So that is the difficulty that he has to go. Well, he has to get a 4 then, which is very hard.
Is it number of successes against the...
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it affects him as you bite in and you watch him go kind of struggling and about to kind of shout and start a fight to going more relaxed and making some moaning noises, almost like pleasurable. And
Apparently, your friend has a Bounty King too.
Lick the wound.
what did you
Kind of
do to me?
just. I just.
Um,
I couldn't resist. You know what? You should hang out with me.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of
Yeah.
rubs his neck.
Hey, who told you to come open up the caskets?
Well, we got a phone call from someone we know who, well, he knows him more, but that we were told that we were to move a bunch of caskets into a private room, and there, eventually, we'd hear some noise. We were to let them out. I guess that would be you guys. Let them out, and then we'd get paid, and then just forget that we did it.
Cool. Yeah, you're gonna get paid.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. And gonna kind of like use my shirt sleeve and kind of like wipe any stray blood. Yeah,
You wipe
you
the
don't
wall
want
as
that
well?
everywhere. Look at the wall. I didn't bring any bleach.
He will
Search
look,
to see if I brought my Tide pen.
well, as you look concerned about the wall and having a little bit of misted blood on it, he will turn, see your reaction, and he will begin to wipe up his own blood and actually begin to clean it for you. Is that better? I didn't mean to make a mess.
Yeah, it's good.
Meanwhile, nom nom. How much would you like to take from him?
I'll just take 1 for now.
Okay, and he is now heavily freaking out, and he will begin to scream.
No. Look at me. And she's just gonna kind of again bring his gaze.
Are you trying to use awe again?
Yes, I'm gonna try to use awe on him.
Unfortunately, awe does not work in someone in a life and death situation. It just doesn't work, even on mortals.
You
As
both are insufferable people. And she's going to point to the 2 assholes that just decided free dinner for themselves.
As the survival instincts of any human are quite strong in life and death situations, and no matter how hard you try to get him to fall under your spell with awe again, it just isn't working. And he is now making a racket. In fact, let me roll.
Somebody shut him up.
She's just
I'm
gonna
gonna look up at Jessica and say, well, are you going to feed or not?
make fucking. You gotta have more of a fucking heart. Fucking both are insufferable. She's gonna just place her hand over his mouth and just like force a deep breath for like her. You need to calm down, honey. You need to calm down. You're making too much of a ruckus for us, and
As you try to cover his mouth and get him to calm down, he does manage to let off one good yell, and you don't know if anyone heard that, but you do cover his mouth and he is still struggling, and you get the sense that no matter what you say, he literally just saw you bend metal like it was nothing, and your friend go from in a casket, a coffin, to the other side of the room in a lightning speed, and then bite into his friend, leaving blood behind him. And you get the sense that this is now a breach of the masquerade.
You both are fucking idiots. I don't care what anybody fucking says.
While Jessica's bitching, can I make another attempt to break her off?
This would be a combat situation, so it would have faded anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. She's dropped
In
it.
that case, I'm gonna say, well, fine, since you don't want to snack, and I'm gonna like bite into his neck again.
Don't you fucking dare drain! Oh my god! If you drain him, that's a breach, and I will leave your ass out to the sun to fucking willow away. That is your decision. If you fucking drain them and
yeah, let's not go making too many enemies. These guys might
be sent for us,
be important to someone, or maybe not. Maybe they're just errand boys.
I'm going to take one more. I was only going to drain him for one more.
Okay, take another.
But I'm going to attempt to grab his chin and cloud his memory.
Okay. In that case, he will get to roll against it. So you need to what is it to roll against?
Let me pull it back up. It is wits versus it's wits and resolve versus my charisma and dominate. Okay. And I'm going to rouse to get the extra. Whatever.
That is from a human.
Where is my powers list? There it is. Can I willpower reroll the one?
It's okay. As a 4, when it comes to a tie, it goes to the player rather than the NPC. So you actually succeed.
Okay.
So after feeding on him again and him now crying, this man has met the devil this day, and you see him go from kind of a manly man to he is a weeping mess trying to scream out for help. And after being bit twice, you see that he's breaking down mentally. But as you turn him around and you stare in his eyes, as he stares back at you like looking at the eyes of a shark, he begins to slow and relax. And as you say, forget, you watch him kind of close his eyes, blink a few times, and then just look around the room.
I need a compulsion, don't I?
No, because it wasn't a fail. It was a success.
As he's looking into Brandon's eyes, I'm going to see that there's still an open wound, and I'm just gonna go and lick that clean for him.
He will. Yep.
No, go ahead.
He will quickly turn around, feeling something on his neck. Hey, what are you doing? Ew.
And I'll activate awe again.
Okay. Everyone who doesn't want to fall under her spell again can choose to fail or choose to try and resist. It is up to you.
What was the roll again?
Composure and intelligence.
Nathaniel, what have you been doing as you've seen your coterie mates go from in a box to taking on the world of the UK in seconds, and everything just turned to shit?
I mean, at first I was gonna try to fight the second guy, but that's not an option now.
Oh man. So who is deciding to resist?
I did, but I failed with a 3.
Okay. Anyone else try to resist?
I tried to resist, but I failed.
Nathaniel?
Nope.
Everyone in the room just begins to stare at you, and you are the most interesting person they have ever met.
That's right, I am.
I have a question. Would I recognize this, like, after it's done? Would I recognize what's happening since I have the same ability?
You probably, at the back of your head, probably know what she's doing, and even though you know what she's doing, you still can't help to feel, it's just so brilliant that she's doing that to me. It's just so perfect how she got it off and how I wasn't able to resist. She really is good.
Okay, well, with that being the composure, or my state of mind, I will attempt to activate awe to make myself look more appealing to her. Okay,
would you like to... Would everyone else in the room like to try and fight it? It's an awe off right now. Okay, not a dance off.
It's just a giant. Yes.
Well, I mean, my character would feel compelled to try to look more appealing to her.
So, if you would like to fight that, make a roll.
Poor Todd and Nathan.
Yeah. They are going.
I'm not fighting back at this time. At this point, it's just interesting.
At this point, you see the two humans in the room going from back and forth to like each vampire going, "Oh, you're great. Oh my God, you're amazing. Oh, look at you!" And they look like their brains are about to explode from all this.
Let's see, presence.
Yeah. Well, I'll try. I'll see if I can. I'm gonna browse and try to. Cool. So I get an extra 2 dice on top of. I'm gonna need it.
Without taking my eyes off them, I'll whisper to the guy that I've got and be like, "This is what we in America call a dance-off."
Oh,
3 successes.
You're fantastic. It goes to the aggressor, and that is him. So you fail.
No, I hadn't.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't rolled yet.
Oh.
I'm going to willpower reroll that. Wait, I can't. What?
Wait, why have you only got 1 dice?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
If you go next to.
I see what I did. I've got a
last resort.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Also, you didn't put down your hunger when you took the second feed. You're still at 2. You should be at 1.
No, I roused and failed.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
You got it?
Right. Yeah. I'm
2.
going to willpower reroll.
Try to react. Come on, you got this.
So I'd reroll 2
You need
dice.
1 more. Yeah,
No, you would reroll the 1.
Yeah, you just
because you can't reroll hunger.
Okay. Where is?
It's next to willpower. You should say willpower re-roll.
Yep.
Just on the
And
willpower.
then I just hit
1.
Type in 1.
Nope.
You're all right.
Yep. You get the attention of all the humans and the other kindred in the room, but Jessica, she's the queen bee right now, and no one's enchanting her. But meanwhile, the 2 humans seem to be starting to have a nosebleed from all of this,
Oh no!
as you are quite literally messing with their brains each time you do this.
All right,
Now what
darling.
Go ahead.
Listen, we don't. We need a little bit of help just kind of navigating around the city, and you seem like the perfect type of guy to be able to do that for us. Is there any way that you'd be able to, help
Oh,
us?
we were supposed to give you this. And he pulls out what looks to be a small folded letter.
Thank you. And she'll take it.
You gotta let us know whenever you deactivate all as well. Well, no, I'm
Cute.
only saying that because you said you had deactivated it
Mhm.
last time, and we weren't aware that you deactivated it, so it's affecting how like my character's gonna react.
The role play.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nope, she saws it up. Don't worry.
But yeah, he gives you the letter. Do anybody else in the room do anything?
Would I be
So,
able to?
Jessica, you're majestic.
Hmm.
Are you gonna sit there looking pretty, or did you have something to say?
Oh, I already got what I needed. I'm just gonna hold up the letter.
Then I shall take care of this part, and I'm going to turn the guy so that his attention is on me, and I will attempt to, let me check real quick.
Oh God, you're handsome. You look like you lift. You lift? How much you lift?
Not too much. I'm going to mesmerize him. And the command will be to clean this area up and say nothing to anyone.
Okay. That is another rouse you'll have to make.
Yep.
And he doesn't have to roll against it because he is one being odd and he is human, so he just automatically succeeds. And he will just kind of look at you and just says, yeah, of course. And he'll kind of, almost like a mindless drone, begin to scrub down the floors and begin to kind of look at the walls where you see some reddish mist where Toby is standing. And he'll go over and try to help clean up the little dots. And he just goes to work.
I'm going to say, well, shall we go now then? And gesture towards the door.
Or thing. Before we head out, Jessica's going to open the letter and read it.
It's very little is on the letter. It just says, look for your escort.
Looks like we have some sort of escort waiting for us. Which is good, because I'm pretty sure none of us have a fuck all clue what's going on.
Said something about Newcastle Airport. Out of character, do I know where Newcastle Airport is?
You would, because you did tours as a musician. Newcastle is nowhere near London.
So, yeah, we're not actually in London. In case anybody wasn't aware, they sent us to Northern England.
Which is annoying for you because your retainer
we could take a
went
train.
to London.
Yeah, I already processed that. We could take a train, or I don't know, maybe charter a car or something.
I'm gonna check my phone to check the time.
The time right now, as you just woke up just a bit ago, it'd be around 9 o'clock at night.
In that case, I'm going to deactivate all, and I'm going to leave with all the information of having to find the escort.
When you leave,
But let's get out of here and see if we can find the escort.
as you leave this door, Brandon, as you're the first one out, you quickly notice that where you are, as you exit, you see a corridor where a lot of noise is coming through. And as you go down this corridor, you see an opening to what looks to be a large floor area with what looks to be hundreds of people going about their business. You're in the airport.
I go whisper to Brandon, hey, is he going to remember us?
I commanded him to remember nothing. Or I commanded him to speak of nothing. He shouldn't. Well, he'll remember us, but he shouldn't say anything.
I'm going to go back to the guy real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And,
that like sparks an idea that I should probably go cloud his memory again too. So I'm going back with Todd.
Okay. Todd,
Now-
you get in there first. What do you do?
I'm going to ask him if he has a pen. Well, I probably have a Sharpie because I always have a Sharpie. And I'm going to write down the name of some party location that I've been able to maybe like rent out, and just tell him to like slip. I'm actually just going to slip it into his pocket.
Okay.
Do we have to re-roll to resist Jessica's awe because she's still got all active?
No, you're just still under it.
Well, we left the room, so would we?
Oh, Jessica, did you go with them, or did you stay in the room while they left?
No, she went to go look for the escort.
Okay, so after you leave the room, Jessica, do you drop or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I drop it. I don't need it anymore. These guys looking at me is nothing special.
So go ahead, Brandon.
I'm going to walk up to the guy and say, I have a better thing you will forget.
And you
And-
see he kind of blinks a little bit, as this is a free power, you don't have to rouse. And
I still need to roll though, right?
no, that's only when he is expecting it and not in, thinks that he's about to die, which he doesn't right
Okay.
now. So he kind of blinks a little bit and just then looks up at you and just says, sir, you shouldn't be in here. Sorry, who are you?
I was merely wandering around to find a place to make a private phone call. I apologize for disturbing this room.
Yeah, you're going to have to go back to the main area, sir, and please don't come back here. This is staff only. If I see you back here again, I'm going to have to call security.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I'm going to sling my duffel bag, walk out, and go to where I saw all the people.
Now, Todd, you said you were going to take the one that you lingering kiss with you. Is that still the case?
No, I put I wrote down the address of a place in London that I've been to, probably like a club, something like that.
Oh, I thought you meant the other guy. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. So, you guys make your way out of this room. Some of you knowing that, holy shit, they had just caused a big incident, but you still managed to clean it up. And I'll say, Nathaniel, do you also leave the room?
Yep. And while I do that, can I actually quickly turn to the group and just be like, I'll be back real quick, and like just search for a toilet somewhere where I could like maybe quietly feed.
Okay. Easy enough. As you get onto the main area with hundreds of people, you see toilets everywhere. So you wish to feed from someone.
Yep.
Okay.
Do I notice Nathaniel heading off towards the restrooms?
I mean, he tells you that that's where he's going. Right?
Oh, he said that. Okay, sorry. I ask, you want me to keep a lookout?
Nathaniel?
That was Tim. Nathaniel.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, didn't realize that it was for me. I quickly turn to him and just like think a bit about it and just nod before heading straight to the next best bathroom.
Okay. As you.
Is this? I peek inside. Is this like a large airport restroom?
Yeah.
All right. Then I'll pretend to be like using the urinal and washing my hands.
Okay. You probably do already know this, Nathaniel, but you are a celebrity in America as you performed on Broadway and that type of thing. Here in the UK, how do you feed?
That is a good question.
Mm-hmm. As you have walked through this a little bit of this airport, and usually in this kind of crowd, people would come up to you every now and then and say, "Oh my God, it's you! Can I have your autograph? I saw you in this." And no one seems to pay any attention to you right now.
Well, that complicates matters.
Well, dang.
I suppose I just like kind of, since I am kind of like in a restroom, I'm just kind of like trying to see if if there would be like somebody where like no people would be around.
I mean, there are people. When you enter the bathroom, there are two people, both men. One of them is about to urinate, and the other one is washing his hands, about to leave.
I guess I'm going to wait for the one dude to leave before I try to use on the other dude.
Okay. Eventually, he finishes washing his hands and makes his way past you, leaving the man urinating, and you activate awe, and he actually sees your reflection in the mirror, and he kind of loses concentration for a moment and quickly goes back to looking down at his junk, as he may have just peed on himself a little bit, trying to look at you more, and then quickly kind of zips up and looks over at you. Did you want to use the bathroom? Sorry, am I in your way? Want me to move? What do you do?
No, it's fine.
Okay, he'll go over and start washing his hands. Can you believe the weather?
Well, I just arrived. I don't really know. What's the weather outside right now?
Oh, it's pissing it down, mate. Pissing it down.
Well, seems pretty usual for Britain, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. It's we get it all the time, but still, we don't like it.
So, out of character. So did the work?
Yeah, he he is enamored with you, as you are this very beautiful, interesting person who is trying to make small talk with.
Okay, so are there any stalls around?
Yep. There are about 8.
Okay, so I would like to sort of come up next to it and kind of try to get him to move to towards a stall.
Say again? So I fully understand.
I kind of nudge him a bit towards one of the stalls.
Okay. He will look at you oddly. So did you want something? Do you need some help? What are you doing?
Nobody else is in the bathroom currently, right?
No, not right now.
I think Todd said he was
Yeah.
making it look unsuspecting.
Okay. So I guess I'm just going to try and feed on him, right there.
So in
Okay.
theory, Todd's also caught under your awe if he doesn't choose to fight.
No, he's on the outside.
Oh, I
letting
thought he was
people
still
in.
inside.
Is that right, Todd?
Yep.
So as you kind of begin to nudge him into the stalls, he'll kind of look nervous, as awe doesn't make it, it isn't mind control, or it just makes people like you a little bit more. And he will go from kind of, do you need help, to looking a bit more concerned. And as you go in for the bite, he will allow it until the actual bite, and then he will begin to struggle. Just out of curiosity, could you make me a brawl strength check?
Of course.
You can rouse.
You could rouse.
You can rouse if you want.
Okay, yeah, so I'll just rouse before that, I guess.
Okay, hit the rouse button at the bottom and roll 2 more dice. In fact, just roll it again. But where it says the modifier, put 2.
He didn't put the modifier for 2.
You put the modifier 2.
Sorry.
Okay, that is 2 successes. And I will roll for him. God, this coterie really likes to make incidents in very public places.
How has the Bruja not... the Bruja is the only one that hasn't really started anything yet.
Surprise.
Yeah, no blood on her hands yet.
Okay. That is a 2, but it goes to the player. So you manage to hold him down as he begins to fight back. But eventually, he will begin to relax. How many do you take from him?
I can take 2 without any problem, right?
You can take 3, and that'll knock him out.
I think I'm going to stick with.
Stick with 2?
If he's knocked out, would he just would he if he's knocked out just be knocked out, or would there actually be consequences? Nobody
He
where to
would
find him.
need some help after a certain amount of time, but as this is a heavily populated airport, it wouldn't take long for someone to find him.
Well, fuck it. I guess I'm going to take 3 then.
Okay, take 3. And he will eventually stop struggling, go unconscious, and there is now a not dead body, but a passed out person who is drained of quite a lot of their blood in the bathroom stall.
That's not suspicious.
Yeah,
I'd also,
kind of sus, bro.
I'd also like to lick the wound closed.
Oh, I was hoping you didn't say that. I was ready to go. All right, you.
Oh my
Did you
God.
say you don't like to lick the wound closed?
What's
Lick
that?
one wound so it looks like somebody like drained his blood with a syringe.
But yes, you lick the wound and it closes, and you leave a friendly man who seemed to be going off, maybe on holiday somewhere, in the bathroom stall, probably about to miss his flight.
Somebody's not making
Poor
it home
guy.
for Christmas.
Yep.
Daddy, where are you?
Eventually, Todd,
Yeah,
you
right.
see Nathaniel come out of the bathroom looking a little bit more healthier and ready to go.
Hope you didn't make as big of a mess as we did.
Well, does a passed out human count?
Did you make it look like a overdose?
Oh, no.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna go back and just put a little bit of heroin powder underneath his nose.
Okay.
Just a dab.
This poor guy probably has a family somewhere.
Well, there goes his life.
Oh my
not-
God. Dad's on the
not-
fritz again.
Not to mention when he goes for the blood transfusion, you know, the drug test that's gonna
Yeah.
indicate there's no
What
drug
the
in
fuck?
his system.
This guy didn't even make it to the
But while
This
you
guy passed out before he
Heroin.
could do it.
while Todd and Nathaniel were getting a man fired and probably divorced, meanwhile, Jessica, you were wanting to look for someone who could be your escort, right?
Yeah.
Could you please make me a wits awareness?
Sure. Can I rouse to
You can
get some
if you
extra
wish.
dice? Sweet. And
So if it was
I'm
worth it.
hungry.
You guys and your hunger, jeez.
I know, and to think I was gonna grab a quick bite too, but somebody just beat me
This is
to
why
it for
we
some
have to
reason.
feed.
I mean, to be fair, I
You guys-
did ask you if you wanted some.
I will say, in all my time of STing Vampire, I've never had a coterie choose to feed inside a heavily populated with thousands of people airport before.
Without even thinking, are there cameras around?
That is a question. And
And
it's not like,
masquerade breaching.
I mean, it's not like England's known for its CCTV being on every single corner. It's not known for that, you know.
Never,
I would
never.
also imagine the place where we fed in the storeroom was probably inspected before they were hired, and you know, cameras might have
Ah!
just so happened to be off to accommodate our arrival.
So that's
Yeah,
5
no idea.
successes.
And that is another
With a
messy
messy-
critical. Yet another.
Jessica's just really pissed at her coterie right now, and she's just like, I gotta find these motherfuckers so quick.
Wow. And you are in a crowd of hundreds. So what should I make you do?
Oof.
You know what? I'm gonna let fate decide. Click on your token and go up to
Okay.
the compulsions and hit that. Let's see if you get blessed or cursed.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, let's go. No.
Probably the worst one you could have got in this situation.
In a populated airport, and Jessica was saying, "What about breaching the masquerade?"
So
You
guys,
do
I
not
hope
have to
you-
breach the masquerade.
So, hope
No,
you
I don't
guys
have to
got-
breach the masquerade to hurt somebody.
No,
You right?
no. But again, you do not need to act on your compulsions immediately. You will take a 2 dice penalty if you do not, though.
Okay.
But with a 5, you do see in the middle of a bunch of people holding signs, some saying Mr. Smith, some saying Dr. Henry something, some saying blah blah blah. You see what looks to be around a teenage age girl dressed in a prep schoolgirl outfit.
Oh my god.
Not a sexy schoolgirl outfit, anything like that. I mean like a boarding school outfit. And she is holding a sign that literally just says dead men. And you see this person.
Ah. Huh?
So on the nose.
So out of curiosity, would I notice either Jessica or that person as I walked into the crowd?
Wits awareness. Can't wait for this airport brawl to start.
Oh my god, it's No, I'll be nice. I'll wait until after we leave the airport to stab the Ventru.
A 3. You see Jessica looking like she is about to lose her shit and punch a hole in someone's head. And you see her staring at a young girl who is very pale and holding a sign that literally just says dead men.
I'm going to activate awe, walk up to Jessica.
As you activate awe, every single human in a very crowded
Why
airport
would you?
of hundreds
I hate you.
now begin to stop and stare at you. And
I'm gonna-
watch
You
as
are the
schoolgirl
worst.
now looks at you with everyone else and gives you a frowny face.
I'm gonna nod and like kind of wave, and I'm gonna still walk up to Jessica
Mhm.
and say, "We need to go now."
And
And I'm gonna like gesture to start moving towards the girl.
as you look over at the girl, she does not seem to be affected by your charms and is now walking away from the crowd that is heavily staring at you. And as people beginning to approach you to try and talk with you because you are just so goddamn interesting. And at the same time, Todd and Nathaniel, after you come out the bathroom, you see a crowd of people of literally hundreds now beginning to pay attention to Jessica and Brandon.
No
Oh.
pictures, no pictures. Come on, let's move along. I will whisper to them, this is absolutely the wrong time.
God, not my.
Can I attempt to mesmerize Jessica?
Jessica? Yeah, you can do that.
Fucking.
I'm
Just gonna
going-
stab you, dude.
because she hasn't tried to fight the awe, so I'm going to try to mesmerize and say,
Okay.
we follow the girl. And I would
I am
add-
trying to push them along
No.
as if we are trying to get through the airport.
Okay, hang on.
And they
hang
are
on.
like famous people
hang on,
that people
hang
are
on.
gawking at.
First things first, Jessica.
Because this is a
while-
scene I know.
Jessica, while this is happening, do you choose to give in to his mesmerize or do you wish to fight it? First things first.
What would I have to roll to fight it? I know I take a -2 dice penalty to it, but what would I have to roll?
is
Intelligence resolve?
I didn't even bother. I just fucking.
Okay.
so my command is steel yourself. We follow the girl.
And as you say that, behind you, you begin to be shoved by Todd and Nathaniel quickly behind you. And he begins to say,
now that-
no pictures to the crowd.
Now that they're here, I'm gonna drop all.
Okay, and you watch as the hundreds of people around you just kind of shake their head a little bit. And who was that? Is that someone famous? Mummy, can I
Who
get
was
an
that?
Seen a
autograph?
celebrity before. Come on, move along. Let's go. They got places to be. They got families too, people. Let's go.
Hey, isn't that rocker we used to listen to a long time ago? And but
Fucking-
anyway, you begin to make your way through the airport, and eventually the crowd stops staring. Although in your heads, you probably know with everything that has happened in this airport, this is probably one of the worst things that you could have done, like in total. But who knows?
Out of curiosity, though, with the mesmerize command going through, and the command was to steal herself and follow the girl, would
Mhm.
that help her to calm against the harm compulsion?
Oh yeah, she literally has no other option to. She cannot literally, as if you read the power, she cannot do anything else but the thing that you say until she has completed that thing. So as the girl
Okay.
is exiting the airport, she will not be able to do anything other than follow her until she catches up with her.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, she's gonna like jog to like catch up with the girl.
I'm
Mhm.
going to whisper to Todd and Nathaniel and say, I had to. Jessica was about to hurt somebody.
Just let's get out of the crowded place. The room was one thing.
I'm
Yep.
leading towards the girl, towards where I saw the girl going.
And it doesn't take you long for all of you to make your way out of the airport. And waiting outside, Jessica, you get there first as you are kind of moving faster to get to her. You see this young teenage girl, maybe around 16 to 17 years old, and she is looking annoyed and gobsmacked at what she just saw.
Yeah, and Jessica's looking equally annoyed.
I'm gonna say, as I approach, I'm gonna say, well, I'd rather be mistaken for a celebrity of some sort than have one of our coterie member aggressize in the populace. The last thing we need is for one of us to be arrested.
The young girl will look at you as you say this, and then look at you, Jessica. Oh, so you're saying it's her fault? It's her fault then, yeah?
No, we have had a rough landing, my lady.
Yeah,
Right.
rough.
So, first things first, you call me milady again, and I'm going to kick you in the nuts. Second,
I like this one. Sorry.
don't do that shit again, or I'll kick you in the dick. Yeah?
I'm gonna nod.
Great. And look, from now on, I'll try and talk a little bit slower for you Americans, yeah? Is this okay? All right
I'm
then.
gonna like,
Question: are we out of like anywhere where it's like main, like heavily secured areas, like the
Not
airport?
yet. You're at the front where it seems like most taxis are waiting to take people from and to different parts of the airport. And as she is finishes saying this, she'll actually go over to a black cab, which looks like it doesn't look like any normal black cab. It looks more custom, and it looks like this in the bit to the right, if you can see it.
alright, man in black. I would
And you
assume the
will-
windows are tinted as well.
They are not. They are completely see-through. And you see someone step around the car wearing what looks to be a mask covering the face and wearing a heavy trench coat with a kind of hat on top, trying to cover most of the skin and definitely the face. You see this person.
Could we tell if this is a Nosferatu?
You have no idea yet. But in your in your circles, this is how a Nosferatu would usually dress to try and blend in as best they could.
Yeah. I'm gonna nod to him and say, I love the concept of your attire.
He won't say anything, but he will nod towards you as he opens the door, and he will say, Lady Elizabeth. And she will take his hand and help as she enters the black cab in the back and sits in the middle seat in the back row. As you cannot see from the picture, but there are another row of seats facing backwards. And he will then leave the door open for the rest of you.
I'm going to get in and place my duffel bag standing up between my legs with my arms crossed on top and put my chin on my arms and just
I'll
gaze
get
out the
in.
window.
I'll get
Uh,
him.
I'll get in too.
Would I be across from Elizabeth since I went in first, or
It depends where you want to sit. You want to sit facing backwards, looking at Elizabeth, or do you want to sit next to her?
I would have sat on the opposite side.
Okay, then you're sat there.
I'll sit next to her.
Okay. Where are the other two sitting?
I'll sit next to Brandon.
And that leaves bestest of buddies to sit next together.
Todd, are you sitting next to her, or are you sitting next to Brandon on the other side?
Decision.
I guess I'll sit next to Brandon.
Okay. As you enter, you notice there is a large box in the middle, almost like a desk or a dining room table. There are no legs. It is just a box completely. You cannot see what is on the inside. But on the side of this box, it is what looks to be taps, almost like beer. What are they called? Beer taps.
Spigots.
Yeah. What you could pull and it would pour a beer for you. And as you enter and kind of close the door, you see the box kind of shake a little bit, and you hear a mild muffling noise coming from the inside. And this, you get the sense that is something living on the inside. You also see on the side, there is upside down glasses, wine glasses, that are just being attached to the right side of the wall that someone could take at any time. As the Nosferatu gets into the front, he will begin to drive off into the rainy streets of Newcastle. So, inside the car, do any of you say anything or do anything?
I already know I messed up, so I'm just keeping my head looking out the window, reflecting on what I felt I had to do.
So, Newcastle Airport. You taking us to see someone in Newcastle, or are we going further?
Straight to the business then. Oh God, you're no fun. Let me guess. You're
Hey, if you want to be fun, I'm all up for suggestions.
Well, that's a little bit more like it. And she'll then turn to you, Jessica. What about you? Are you any fun?
I've been told I'm quite a party.
Oh, that's a little bit more like it. Maybe after all this is over, we can go, and she'll kind of scooch up to only Jessica sat with her. Yeah, so she would have scooted up to Jessica. Maybe we can go party. Oh wait. You Americans, you say, what do you say? You say clubbing, right? Go clubbing.
Something like that. I want a man party. Arvin.
Oh, would any of you like a drink? I'm sorry. And she will actually take a glass and fill up a drink for herself and begin to drink. As the tap that she pours, you see the box begin to move again and a little bit more muffling noises.
What's in that box, if you don't mind me asking?
Um,
Oh, that's just Derek.
You know, I'm not gonna ask questions. Thank you for your hospitality. I would love a glass.
She will pour a glass and hand it over.
Oh, perfect.
Sorry, but I don't think it's my vintage.
Oh, what is airport?
unless Derek's the scum of the earth, I will have no parts of it.
Oh, well, maybe we share a common taste, as Derek likes them young. And she will gesture to her schoolgirl outfit.
So he's a pedophile.
Let's just say they think they're the predator, but really I'm the predator.
Oh, I like you. You
If
seem like a
If
fun
that's the
one.
case, then I'm going to take a glass and drink from him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Only
you may
because
take
of what he
one.
did.
Cool.
As you're now getting the idea that whoever this person is, this young girl, is definitely not young, and she definitely uses her appearance to her advantage in all things.
So yeah, you know of any parties around here?
Oh, I'm sorry, but you won't have any time to party. You're on the job now, and we will be heading straight there.
So I
All
would-
right.
So I would assume we are heading to Lord Mithras, correct?
No. We will be heading further north, and, well, I guess I'll have to fill you in now, if you're going to pull my arm about it. Eddie, can you change the channel? And you watch as now the revealed face of the Nosferatu, as he has taken off the mask, will turn on the radio as some very early 2000s pop music is put on, and she'll begin to jam a little bit to the music. What would be on it around 2002? Britney?
Britney
Yeah.
Spears, Jessica Simpson, Jessica Alba,
In sync.
and
Backstreet
Backstreet Boys.
Justin Timberlake.
Oh no.
So, I'm just going to guess here. I'll say that Britney Spears' Toxic comes on to the radio, and you can see her kind of vibing with it, and she can, she's mouthing it quietly to herself as she pulls out some things out of what looks to be a school bag. And she'll do some reading and look over some things, and then look to the rest of you. Well, I have to say, you really did pick the worst job to take. So, let me just lay it all out, and you can decide what you want to do from there. Sound good?
I'm not even gonna
Lay it all out.
looking out the window.
Great. And at this moment, she'll actually look over at Nathaniel. Are you the shy one? Hey?
Well, it's the first time I'm all on my own.
Oh no. Poor baby. And she'll actually stand up, shimmy around to your side, and she will sit on your lap, making you actively trying to make you more uncomfortable, as she now sees this as a game. Do you do anything?
Nathaniel scoots a bit more into the seat.
And she will. Yep.
Which one was? It was Nathaniel sitting immediately next to me, right?
Yep.
I'm going. I would assume that uninstinctually she'd be fucking touching me too, so I'm gonna kind of like gesture her legs away from me and say, if you don't mind, please do not disturb our coterie members, as we need to be focused on whatever task we should be accomplishing.
Make a charisma persuasion check. In fact, no, make it a manipulation.
Okay. Would beauty add the social die?
Yeah. Actually, no, not with her.
Okay. Manipulation. You said intimidation.
No, persuasion.
I'm going to rouse.
The amount of messy crits today. Jesus. She will look at you and notice how serious you are. And she'll kind of roll her eyes. And she will make her way back over to her side, kind of nudging into Jessica as she does, playfully. And the blood from the wherever this box is constantly in the air. And being a little annoyed with the situation in the airport, and the situation in the car, and whoever this young girl is, and how does she have authority over you guys, you can't help but get a little bit hungrier. Your hunger goes up. She will then go quiet for a moment while going into a little bit of a song after a few seconds, singing to the Britney Spears. You're toxic. But then kind of focusing up and looking at all of you. Fine, we'll get straight to business. So, let me just look. We are heading to a small village named Alnwick. It is in the north of England, a little bit more north from where we're going. It's also near the coastline. There, unfortunately, there has been a quite large masquerade breach. As it would seem, one of our brothers or sisters are misbehaving and killing without any consequence or cleaning up their mess. And if things weren't bad enough, this person seems to want to spill all of our secrets to the world. And it seems they have been writing things, leaving messages, and causing quite a stir here in merry old England. Now, usually this would be of no consequence. We would go in, clean up the mess, and take care of our wayward child. But things are a little bit more complicated, as this village is located outside of our reach. As this village is, and she will go not quiet, but she will look to the side, almost hesitating to say it, especially to you guys who are now having to clean up whatever this situation is. Well, when I say it's not in our reach, I mean it's not in our territory, and it's more in their territory.
Who are
What,
they?
you mean the Sabbat or who?
No.
We're not up on the local politics, so you're going to have to help us out.
Tell me, do any of you know... Hang on. Do any of you know what a guru is?
Would we know?
Make an occult intelligence.
What?
You said occult intelligence, right?
Anyone can make it as she says it out loud.
I'm not even going to try.
Yeah,
Nope,
not even
me
gonna try
either.
that one.
A 2. You've heard the name tossed around here or there in a joking fashion. And as she says it, you probably don't believe her at a stance, especially being a new coterie. And if this is true, then holy shit. As Guru is another name for a werewolf, or for werewolves.
So you pull newer fledglings
Well,
from Chicago
well,
to
that's the
deal
thing.
with lupine?
Well, that's the thing. You see, we've been able to coexist for a while now, and there is a truce, you could say. Now, one of us entering their territory would be very bad. Very, very bad. But, and she'll kind of side-eye you, all of you, if, let's say, a bunch of outsiders, kindred from another country who don't know any better, who we have no control over, were to enter their territory and deal with the situation. And if they were, of course, if they were to find out, then that wouldn't be our fault. That would be just some stupid kindred that accidentally came into their territory.
So you're sacrificing us to werewolves. Fix your problems?
I wouldn't say sacrifice. I would say giving the opportunity to show a little bit of initiative.
Sounds like somebody's gonna owe us a boon if we take care of this.
Oh, of course. Big boon.
Is that you?
Big boon. Oh, no, me. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
No, the boon would be owed by the one in charge. And the one in charge is someone who we probably should not anger. And then I'll start to explain all the details of Mithras to the coterie. Pretty much everything you told me.
She also goes on and says, again, we're not trying to sacrifice you. We just, get in there, lay low, get it done, investigate, find out the situation, and handle it. We give you full authority to handle the person that is doing this. And with that, she'll actually pull out of her school bag a bunch of closed leather flaps, what look like wallets, and she'll begin to hand them out to all of you, one each.
Read about this in a Tom Clancy novel. It's called Plausible Deniability.
Oh yeah, that one. You're smart.
Then
They send us with, quote, no knowledge. So if we get captured, they pretend they don't have anything to do with this. Of course, the entire purpose of this is not to get captured, but...
Of all the time in London or in the UK, do you have a local smith of which we could perhaps stop before entering the Gru's territory as to acquire weapons? particular style of blade that I'm sure you could quite understand we would need being in their territory.
I do see your point, but we can't risk any more secrets getting out. And you're heading there, and she'll actually look at Eddie, and the driver will nod. Unfortunately, we're heading straight there. Sorry. The ones that have the leather wallet-looking things, as you open them and look inside, it seems to be a fake IDs, and these IDs under them literally just says in bold writing, Interpol.
Ha ha ha.
I'm gonna undo my duffel bag. It's one of the older army duffel bags, the ones that have like the top clasp that you like hook the strap to the top to keep it all closed, and just chunk it in there.
All right, so this has been thought out apparently. Interpol would have a safe house, somewhere where we're not going to burn to a crisp during the day.
Again, we're not really, we can't get into those territories. Sorry.
When she says this, I look up with the most aggravated look that you could possibly imagine. Like, I am putting all of my effort into being mean and intimidating right now.
So let me just get this straight. You bring us out to a country which none of us are really familiar with. Throw us quite literally, throw us out to the wolves. Don't give us a place to stay. Give us no resources to really do anything except for a couple of fake IDs and a God knows whatever the hell.
Oh, we do have something.
And expect.
And she'll pull out about £10,000, and she'll just throw it on your lap.
Right. That doesn't. That helps.
More angry at the fact that she threw money, and I'm going to like open my bag, and you'll see like that the bag is stuffed mostly full of money, and I'm going to say, you further insult us by assuming that we didn't come prepared for our own well-being.
Oh, sorry, but we don't take that Monopoly money.
You may not, but there are people who would.
I mean, cash exchanges do exist in these areas, right?
Yeah. Also, USD. I don't know about in 2002, but I think USD might be worth more than a pound.
Not sure.
Back in 2002, the American dollar was worth more than the England
Euro.
pound. Yeah.
I believe.
Or euros.
England's never used the euro.
Yeah, no, they've always used British pounds.
Yeah,
England
I'm just
forever.
If I remember right, the conversion rate was a bit higher with USD to. I'd have to look it up, but basically, Jessica, she's saying is they are throwing us out there without any means to take care of ourselves, nor do we have their assistance in any matters. Everything we do on our own.
And remember, if you get caught, we never met. That too. Don't forget that.
I really don't see like any good that this deal cuts for us.
Well,
now
look at it this way. You're new, right? This is what I'm getting. You're a new coterie, a new group, right? You're new to immortality. I'm guessing most of you. So it shouldn't really come to that much of a surprise why you were sent by your prince. No offense, but if someone's gotta die, might as well be you. Do you want some chewing gum?
I'm gonna look at Jessica and I'm gonna say, Jessica, you remember that feeling at the airport? I think now would be the appropriate time to exercise it.
Oh, she's staring this woman down.
She takes out a bunch of chewing gum strips, and they are all red. Chewing gum?
I'm going to grab another glass of the human, and I'm going to like keep staring at her, so mildly purposely overflow the like over drain the guy, you know.
As you do this, and the box kind of vibrates again, and then goes still as you push down, and he has already given quite a lot. And eventually, even though you're still pushing down, the blood stops coming out, and you cannot hear anything else from the box.
I'm going to drink that blood.
Poor Henry. But hey, if you pull this off, I mean, way to make a name for yourselves. Especially here in the UK. I mean, if you're going to impress anyone, the big man, and I'm talking the big man, Mr. M. He's the one you want to impress. Forget this Kevin Jackson dickhead, whoever he is. I'm talking about a real prince.
You have a point, but know this. Should you, for any reason, be found betraying us, it will
Why do they have to betray us? They just leave us out there.
True. If the sun doesn't get you, the wolves will. And she'll kind of give you finger guns and trying to laugh it off.
And if the wolves don't get us, then we will get you.
Ooh. Do any of you else ask her any questions or do anything?
I'm sitting next to Brandon, right?
Yep.
I just kind of would like to look at him and just be like, maybe now is not the right time for threats.
I'm not even gonna look away from her. Like, you can clearly tell, uncharacteristically, this is like not Brandon being himself. Like, he is really angry at this immediate moment. Like, almost Jessica level angry.
That's not possible.
And
Hell hath no wrath like an angry white woman.
without looking away from her, I'm going to smirk and say, Nathaniel, that was not a threat. You can't honestly tell me that you are unperturbed by the manner of which you were sent.
No, however, I don't really think that we have any choice in this.
Clearly we don't. Either way.
Oh, there's always a choice.
And when you say there's always a choice, I'm going to like grit my teeth and be like, yes, there is.
Yeah,
No.
you can choose to get out the car, go back home, and I'll just send a word to Mithras that you decided to stand him up. And she will smile heavily at that.
I'm gonna like slam the goblet on the chest after having drank it. I would assume that gets rid of the one hunger die, or
Yeah.
does that technically get rid
Oh,
of
no.
the...
It wouldn't
Because it
technically
was
get
the
rid of the
last.
last.
Okay.
You have to drink,
Directly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
Okay.
from the lore that I have read, it is less the last drop of blood, but pretty much the soul that you intake.
Yeah. Alright. And after I drink it, I'm gonna like slam it on the ground. Whatever. Get us to the boundaries of which you will leave us, and we shall find our ways from there.
Hold
Coolio.
up there, Professor. We don't even know who we're looking for. These badges, they mean something, at least in the novels that I've read. You know, people like will plan these operations like weeks, months in advance, and we know jack shit.
Yeah. Like me. Like I said, this is all happening very quick, and we need to get this sorted before more press. We've been able to we'll keep the
What press?
Exactly. Well, like I said, a serial killer.
You
in
got a
small
newspaper?
village.
No, we've been getting it in American news, haven't we?
What, the killings?
Yeah, I recall you saying that at least I had been watching a news channel or something and had heard about it.
No, not this. And
Okay.
from what she tells you, that basically they have been, because they cannot enter the territory, they have been focusing all their resources in keeping this contained in this small village, keeping higher investigation organizations such as, like MI5, Scotland Yard from going in, stopping press from going in, things like that, pulling the strings, making sure it doesn't spread, and the news of these secrets, what you do not know yet, whatever these secrets are, don't get out.
And what of the lupine? I'm sure they're unhappy with what is happening within their turf.
Oh yeah. From what I've heard, we reached out to them. They gave us some bullshit answer about they'll take care of it in time. But honestly, if you ask me, I think they're letting it happen. Just to fuck with us. But then again, some of the lupine are probably not too happy about having a, well, as they would say, a leech in their territory.
Only imagine.
Have any of you ever seen a lupine before, by the way?
I don't believe I would have.
Nope, none of you.
Nope, never before.
Oh,
Which makes this brilliant plan all the better.
beautiful creatures. I mean, they smell a bit weird, and they will absolutely do everything in their power to tear you apart with one hand. But good luck. And all that. Seriously, no gum? And she'll look over at Jess, smiling.
Jess probably is not smiling at her right now.
I don't think any of us are smiling.
No. Jessica, you there?
She's gonna take a piece. She's gonna take a piece of gum.
Okay.
She's gonna pop it in her mouth, chew it.
It is very strange, as unlike any other food you've tried after you died, the taste is usually like literal shit in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But when you put this chewing gum in your mouth, it tastes good.
Mm.
And it has no right to taste the way it does. And you can't help but, as you chew, For the first time in a very long time, you can't help feel a wave of nostalgia as, for just a second, chewing down on this gum that tastes good, you feel a little bit human. And you get that kind of the same sensation when you used to bite into a burger or chew actual gum. And it is quickly interrupted when she kind of not grabs you by the throat by like trying to choke you, but places her hand on your neck and just says, "Oh, whatever you do, don't swallow it though."
Can I make like a science roll to try and understand this gum?
You can make me a intelligence occult.
Why shouldn't
I'm
I?
gonna
I mean,
rise.
other than the fact that it gets stuck in your stomach, I know that's much for sure, but why in particular not this gum?
Well, it's a nice thing to chew on, and it takes you back to a better day. A day where you could run in the sun, but you swallow it, and I promise you'll regret it.
I'm going to willpower reroll the 2, 1, and 5.
Okay? And she says to you, Jessica, just remember, it's just an illusion. A
Yep,
2.
just the 2 successes.
With a 2, you have no idea really how it could be made, how you could make it, or how it's even possible. She shouldn't be able to chew this and really enjoy it. And then it kind of, the only thing that you make a connection is it's red. It's weird. Probably some Tremere shit.
I would assume that you had some of your Tremere sorcerers make this.
Ooh. You're quite smart. Want one?
I'm gonna like gesture. No. I want nothing from you. The only thing that you could possibly do is bring us to a conversion rate so that I can exchange my money. But other than that, I'm ready to get started with this task that you have powerlessly placed upon us.
Fine.
Quick question, dear. Whose car is this?
She kind of gives you a side eye. Mine? It was given to
Yours?
me by my aunt.
No, ain't that sweet? She's gonna spit the gum out and fucking.
You spit the gum out.
Rub it into the carpet.
You spit the gum out, and it lands, and you kind of rub it into the carpet. And as you look back, you expect her to look annoyed or angry. She doesn't, except she looks at you a little bit more with a smile and just says, "My aunt the prince."
I thought you said that the prince was What was that person's name? Ventru?
Mithras.
Mithras.
Yes, there are other princes in the UK.
He uses proxies.
She gets a little bit annoyed at that, looking over at you as you say proxies. But you know it to be true. And she quickly shrugs it off and looks back at you. Oh well, it's just a car.
And I would assume that Mithras would be within understanding if we were to rip you apart right here.
He probably would understand, you know, if you fulfilled your duties. But my aunt, well, she might not understand.
I'm gonna shrug. And then
Can you
look back out the
be
window.
here?
And when I look back, as I'm looking out the window, I'm gonna say, again, the only thing I could desire from you at this point is to exchange the money that we carry. Otherwise, just bring us where you need us to go.
I really think we've gone off the wrong foot. And of course, if that's something you need, I will have done for you. We can make a quick stop, right, Eddie? And he will silently nod. Great. But again, I'm just the messenger. You want to blame someone, blame your prince, blame Mithras, blame the fact that you're so young.
I'm going to look at her and say, oh, I don't blame Mithras. He merely cashed in a favor of which he was owed. I, however, do blame our new prince, and I will reach out to somebody in this regard. So, out of curiosity, with the fact that Jackson sent us out here, could I possibly come to conclusion that the fact that Jackson became in power at such a young age and nobody's quite able to understand how, if it has something to do with the fact that he owed Mithras a favor, a boon?
That is something that you can think on as the character. There is no proof of that, but again,
Okay.
you did find out, or at least you know as characters, that he is a very young prince, and he's been able to keep the throne for a very long time, which is very weird.
I'm gonna just keep that thought to myself until we get dropped off wherever we are going.
But as the time passes, you eventually make the stop and you exchange your money. Everyone who brought money can have it exchanged to British pounds. Unless you want to keep some American money just in case. It's up to you. But
So GBP, right?
Mhm.
I have the calculator for what's currently the conversion rate. I'm trying to pull the calculator.
How do you spell the name of that town?
You spell it with ALNWICK.
Do you want us to just go off of the current conversion?
You know what? Just to make it not complicated, I'll just say you convert your money into equal amount with pounds.
Okay. I'll keep like 5,000 USD.
Okay.
I'll exchange everything.
All of it. Okay. You have 15,000 pounds now. Jessica, you have 10,000 pounds, the money that she put into your lap.
Mhm.
So make a note of that.
Okay.
Gesturing to the money in Jessica's lap. We should probably divvy that up, just so we all have something in case we get separated.
Were you saying that to her because she, like, in the car, if me and
Yeah.
Okay.
Just deadpan looks over to Todd. Aren't you the rock star? You should have some money.
Yeah, I got a credit card.
There you go. You're fine.
Yeah, it's got my name on it, genius.
Hmm.
Doesn't match. He shows up. He holds up the Interpol papers. This name.
Oh, should have thought that before we left.
When it comes to the names, you can decide. I'll let you decide what the name on your badge has. You don't have to decide that now, but keep that in mind.
Also, you're a
Yep.
rock star. Just like an out of character thing. If he's like noticeable as like a rock star, he would have a bit of a hard time with the fake ID,
Mhm.
wouldn't he?
Oh yeah. Being famous and rich isn't always a bonus, depending on where you are or what you're trying to do.
Out of character, Mike, Todd is very skilled at deception because he's been avoiding paparazzi for years.
Mhm.
So that's not entirely the main concern, especially since we're going to a small town in northern England. I doubt they have a very big grunge scene there.
Would I be able to tell if this fake identity is as intricate as the
Top of the line. It is. You look
so
at
it's
it and it.
similar to the one for Mask?
Oh yeah, it is the top of. It looks real. It is real. You probably, with the connections and the power of Mithras and his court, you probably guess if they were to look you up in a database, you would be there.
As these people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, you got any more questions?
Sit quietly in the car now.
Cool. Well, again, hope I bought some favor with you guys, you know. Helping you out with the money. Okay then.
What?
You know, just helping. Again, I'm not the enemy here, just the messenger. I even gave you chewing gum. Okay. And you guys
You
will.
got to be fucking kidding me.
And from there, unless any of you wish to actually ask her something, you will ride in silence, in awkward silence, for about 35 minutes drive. Eventually, entering a wooded area, driving through this woods on a very tight road, and eventually, with the rain coming down, you stop in the middle of the woods, where you see a sign off to the sign of the name of the village. And as the car comes to a stop in the middle of literally nowhere in the forest, in the middle of a heavy rainfall, she'll just say, "Well, looks like this is you."
I'm gonna get out, and then as I get out, I'm gonna look over at Nathaniel and say, I can make some room in my bag for some of your money if you wish it to not get wet.
I'd appreciate that.
Alright, I'm going to pull my 3 sets of clothes and my suit out and kind of hand them over to Nathaniel. And I'm going to try and stuff as much of the money as I can of his into my duffel bag.
Okay, easy enough to do. And as you're all exiting the car in the pouring rain, she'll go. She will say, "Oh, sorry, here, just," and she'll kind of hand you a phone. Whoever is closest to her, who would be last out the car?
I will take it.
Oh God.
I
No
got
problem.
2 phones.
I'll just say Jessica.
No, I'm taking it.
Okay, as she goes to give it to Jessica, you come over and you take it out of her hand, and she'll just say, "My number's the only number in there. When you're on your way out, you know, if you're I don't know, if you're being chased by a mob of people, or worse, give me a ring. We'll be here. Good luck."
I got a question. Was Singular in Singular Wireless, were they in the UK at this time?
Oh, old.
2002.
Yeah.
wireless.
Singular
No.
Wireless. They turned into AT&T when AT&T absolved Singular Wireless and Bell South.
Let me see. I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Does she have a map?
You ask her this, and she just kind of shakes her head, and she will just point in the one direction road and just say, just go down there. Just yep.
I'm gonna like shrug her off and grab the bag, and I'm gonna start walking down the road towards the town, trying to keep an eye out to make sure we're not immediately dissected by werewolves.
Okay, and as you begin to walk, you will hear her shout from the car again. Hey, broody guy.
I'm gonna look behind me.
Again, another peace offering, and she'll throw something at you.
Can I attempt to catch it?
Yep, you catch it, and it looks like a blood bag.
I'm going to tuck that into my pocket as best I can
Mm-hmm.
and say, "Oh, fine, I appreciate it. We will speak later once this is done." And turn and continue walking.
Okay. As you go, Nathaniel, as you're beginning to walk past the car, you'll see the the driver window come down automatically, and you see the Nosferatu on the inside looking disgusting, and you almost, just being the clan you are, almost want to look away. But he will hand out, not to just you, but to anyone who wishes it, what looks to be a Bowie knife, a hunter knife.
I have the knives that I carry on me, like tucked in my boot. Is that all right?
Yep, you got those.
I've already walked off, but I, not that it really matters, but I did express an interest in getting bladed weapons in the car.
She was guessing you wanted something made out of silver. This just looks
Yeah.
like a knife, a hunter knife. It doesn't look like it's made out of silver or anything.
That's fine.
Who takes it?
If I can catch it before I had started walking off and everything, that's fine.
It depends if Nathaniel wants to take it or Todd, as they are closer.
I would actually like to take it.
Okay.
Yeah, go
ahead.
I give a quick, a very curt thanks, and then just turn around and shudder a bit in disgust.
Mm-hmm. So you see him, as you turn around to go get the knife, you see Nathaniel take it, and you watch as the car begins to back up, then does like a full turn, and begins to slowly make its way away from you into the night, as you are now surrounded in darkness, in rain, and in wooded area. And as this happens, in the far, 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 far distance, you hear a noise echoing through the plains and through the forest. You hear
They know we've arrived.
Alright, which one of you coterie members needs money?
I'm gonna like
I
laugh.
was preferring that we would have divvied that up when it's not pouring rain.
I'm gonna like
Oh, deal with it, Todd.
I'm gonna laugh and chuckle and almost like a apathetic voice say, I believe me and Nathaniel are fine. Thank you for the attempted kindness.
She's gonna open up her bag, which is where she kind of just shoved all of the money that was given to her. And slowly, very, very slowly, she's going to start counting out 8,000 pounds and just hand it to Todd.
Okay.
Dang, you're giving him almost all of it?
Well, it's because if I don't, he'll start complaining.
I will hand Jessica the phone.
Pain in my ass.
Oh, I'm gonna look over at
Yeah,
Nathaniel
you should
and
have thought
laugh.
about a phone before you left, right?
I don't need a fucking. You should have
By the
thought
way, I
about money
programmed
before you
my
left.
phone number into it.
I'm gonna look over at Nathaniel and laugh and say, and see, young man, this is why you never keep your currencies digital.
And
Yep.
Yep.
Nathaniel just quickly chuckles at that.
Plus, I can make my own money anyway.
now I am guessing
Todd has
that
about $500 on him, but that's not that's not a lot.
now I am guessing that you guys are not just talking in the rain, standing still in the middle of a forest.
No,
No,
we'd
no,
be
no.
walking.
Moving as quickly as
It's
possible.
walking. Yeah, walking.
Especially as you
We-
hear an echoing howl in the very, very, very far distance.
Yeah, by the way, when I said they know we're here already, that was me saying that to the coterie. Like, I
Mhm.
openly was like, they know we're here now.
And you begin to charge off into the forest, trying to make a good pace to any type of civilization. And I'm guessing, trying to keep the conversation as quiet as possible as you go. It doesn't-
But
Mhm.
I was gonna ask if while we're walking, could I do kind of like a passive,
Perception?
like, yeah, like as we're going, just passively check around to see if there's anywhere that we might potentially fall back to if we can't find a place to sleep by daybreak.
You may make a wits awareness. Or investigation, whichever you would prefer out of those two.
I'm going to rouse because we definitely will need a place to fall back on. And I will hunger. And now wits awareness. Ooh, modifier 5. No. Oh no. I will willpower reroll the 3, 4,
Okay.
and 1.
I will also say, now that you guys are out of the tutorial session and in the shit, you may want to go easy on rousers and willpower rerolls.
Oh, absolutely. I was just doing it because, like, now that we are, like I said, we're definitely going to need a place to fall back if
Mhm.
we can't find reasonable accommodations.
So, as you look around with a free, as you are still in the woods, you do not see any buildings or anything other than wooded area. But you do see in one of the hills in the distance, still in the way of the direction of the town, on top of what looks to be a distant hill, you do see some lighting and what looks to be a structure. but it's still off from the town where you're heading, and that is only the thing that you can see from where you are now. But as you did roll a free, you would be the first to see as you do approach what seems to be a small village town, and looks similar to this. The streets are cobbled. There is a mixture of some new buildings, but mostly old Victorian style buildings. And the streets are running wet with the rain as you look around, and there is no one to be seen as everyone is on the inside. And you know that you have made it, and you are in the quite literal central of werewolf territory.
How big is this town?
You get the kind of population you're looking at with this town is around maybe about 1,000, 1,500.
Well, I'm hoping there is a hotel or an inn or something like that.
We need
preferably with a light-proof bathroom.
We need a morgue.
The closest structure that you see coming into town is as you Americans would say, a gas station or a petrol station on your right side.
I'm gonna walk up and see if anybody's at the register.
There seems to be a younger man, maybe in his 1920s, and he is kind of just reading what seems to be a book and trying to just pass the time, very bored.
I'll go inside just to get out of the rain. See if they have a slicker for sale.
Okay.
I'm gonna say to the man, good evening, young man. I have just recently arrived, and we were wondering, perhaps, is there a hotel or something of the likes around in which we could stay?
Oh, you want the inn
Yeah,
then?
car broke down.
Oh, sorry about that, mate. Right, we ain't got any hotels, small town, you know. But we do have an inn. Mrs. Andrews, she runs it. She's a lovely lass. You can go over and see her. She's you just keep heading down here, and when you see the pub, it should be the Red Lion. 2 doors past that, you should see another building, another pub. We have only 2 pubs in the anyway. You can stay there, as she is also an inn. She does serve some drinks. The car. Honestly, I can't really help you until tomorrow. I could probably make a few calls and see if people are up.
I'm gonna side eye Todd, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna look back at the attendant. I'm gonna say, it's fine. There is no need to worry about it. It would be too much of an effort.
Sure. Your accent, you Americans?
Yes, we are.
Did it give it away?
You're the first Americans I've ever met. Yeah. Hey, nice to meet you, man. And he'll put out his hand to shake yours.
Whose hand is he trying to shake?
Either of yours.
I'm gonna shake it, and I'm gonna bow respectfully. And I'm gonna say,
"Ooh, hold hands."
It is a pleasure to meet you, and yes,
yeah, it's freezing outside.
Yeah, that's why we were asking for a place to stay.
Well, I'll tell you what. Hang on a minute. He jumps off his stool and goes in the back, and about 20 seconds later, he comes out with a bunch of umbrellas. Usually I charge you, but it seems like you've had a bit of a shit day. How about you just bring them back tomorrow? Yeah.
I'm gonna reach into the bag and pull out 100 pounds and ask if that would be enough to cover the umbrellas.
Yeah, and change, mate. I don't really have change for that. Again, you can just borrow them. I don't really have change for 100. We don't get a lot of business here, mate. Wow.
I'm gonna like
We'll bring him back
raise-
tomorrow.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you for
raise my
being so
hand
kind.
and I'm gonna say, you can keep the money. I would like to keep my umbrella. It looks rather sophisticated.
Oh, yeah. You can have the umbrellas then. Jesus. Cheers. This'll go to my new computer.
I'm gonna chuckle and nod. And as I like turn away, my little friendly like smile drops to back to a kind of stern demeanor. And once I get outside, I'll gesture. I'll use the umbrella because I'd imagine we're still under the canopy of the pumps. So I
Mhm.
gesture with the umbrella to the direction we need to go for the inn, and start heading that way as I pop open my umbrella.
Okay.
I will whisper to Brandon on the way out. Tossing around lots of fat stacks is a good way to draw a lot of attention to yourself, believe me.
I'm gonna look at him and say, we're also American and he's never met us. As far as he's concerned, we are just wealthy businessmen. Or at least I am.
All the less reason to draw attention to ourselves. We already stick out like a sore thumb in this place.
Have you ever thought that perhaps attention is what we need? Potentially, we should grab the attention of one of the local leaders of the Lupine. As I
has
say
got to
Lupine
be-
very lowly.
That has got to be the most Ventrue thing I've ever heard in my life.
But we maybe draw their attention of one who wishes to be rid of the leech nuisance in his lands.
Yeah, the 4 leech nuisances that are standing around.
I'm gonna smile and say, yes, but we are also here to take care of a problem that they are having, and we will be gone.
As you guys come out of the building, Nathaniel and Jessica, what were you doing? Well, as you see on the inside, a person now looking back at you 4 and kind of gives you a wave, Jessica, and smiles. He kind of youngish man with blondie, gingery hair, and then kind of gives a wave to Nathaniel and just he looks generally happy that he got to meet some Americans.
By the way, I am doing my best to keep a low profile. I've got a ball cap on and I've got large sunglasses on.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're the one who needs the low profile the most.
Yeah. Jessica would
And
just wait.
as I walk around, I'm like looking at the ground a lot, and I'm keeping my hands in my pockets, things like that.
Oh my god, you look like a creep. You look like somebody out of Mace in the streets.
Well,
Stop
I mean,
that.
To be fair, he is also a musician. We are in a small town who probably has nothing better to do with their life than listen to music from the 90s.
Yeah. Just
I don't
walk
need
by-
you or this town.
Just don't walk by any schools while doing that.
Oh my god. yeah. You kind of look
Jesus.
like somebody I'd kick in the balls to get to leave me alone. Not gonna lie.
But
So
you
if
guys-
everybody's done making fun of me, we need to find a place.
I never said I was done making fun of you, darling, but I could take a break. And she's gonna wave to the to the kid behind the counter as like a thank you.
I'm going to kind of be done with their bickering and shake my head in a here we go again, and start walking the direction of the inn. Yeah, with my umbrella all propped up, bag on my shoulder,
Alright.
looking as sophisticated as I can.
And you can
I'm just
all-
going to say this. Inns are nice and everything, but aren't we gonna need something a little bit more permanent for our situation? We don't know how long we're gonna be here for, and I
I'm
don't
going
think that
to-
inns are gonna be
As she's saying this, I'm gonna like drop my bag to the ground a little bit, look back and say, inns equal wine cellars. Wine cellars equal cold, dark. And then I'm gonna like give a facial gesture to like ourselves and say, this isn't something we can't handle. And throw my bag back up.
Jessica goes for the punch.
Oh yeah, everything in her power to not stab this man in the spine.
God, I love it when Ventru and Bruhar are on the same coaster. But as you begin to make your way over to the inn, you see the nearby pub, the Red Lion, is fully stocked. Many people are inside having meals and drinking beer, and it looks like a place where people come to have conversation in this village, in this small town. And it looks very warm on the inside.
Okay. As we walk in, I'm gonna activate Blush of Life.
Well, you're not going into that pub. You're going 2 doors down where the actual inn is. But you do pass that.
Still, as now that we're kind of like in more general public, not looking cold and dead might be a good thing for us. So probably still gonna Blush of Life.
That is also smart.
Yep.
So
I'm
you
just
do
gonna
that?
play it off as we've been walking in the cold, freezing ass rain.
I will
for
go and
just-
rouse for that.
Oof. You guys are
Bad day for Jessica.
You guys are just asking to frenzy. Wow.
No, I'm fine. Listen, I look at that pub and I'm just thinking, free dinner, great.
Oh god.
Getting hungry, meanwhile fighting her urges to hurt somebody in the process of being
Fucking-
starving.
Oh my god. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I gotta like
You
knock
still
somebody
have-
out.
Yeah, you still have that
Huh.
compulsion. It gives you a -2 to all your rolls.
Hey Todd, come here. I want to give you a hug really quick.
So just keep that in mind.
Oh, I know. You
In fact, now remembering that, I'm gonna say you take 1 willpower off just for not smacking Elizabeth
Venture?
in the car.
Oh.
No, Elizabeth. Just smack off 1 willpower.
Oh, that's right, because it was your next interaction after
Mhm.
the mesmerize to calm yourself.
I have a Ventru I'm gonna kick the ass of for masquerade breaching in the middle of an airport instead.
But
So as we're walking by, I'm gonna just take out my dagger really quickly.
okay.
And as we're walking by, I'm going to ask you out of character. Are you okay if I stab Brandon?
That's fine if you want to attempt it.
Cool. I'm gonna wait for him to get a little bit in front of me, and then as we go, she's just gonna just carefully, sneakily just take out her knife and just fucking yank him in the like right in the left ass cheek. Just
Okay.
Out of character, what's your sheath made out of?
my knife.
Yeah, the sheath for your knife. What's it made out of?
What holds the
Oh,
knife?
my boot holds my knife.
Okay. Is there like a buckle on your boot or something?
No, they're just plain black boots.
Yeah, they're just tucked in
Okay.
at the side.
Can I try to listen to see if I hear the dagger come out?
I'd say Jessica first make me a dexterity stealth.
Okay. And because this is actively working towards harming somebody, do I
Yeah,
have to
6.
take the?
No,
I
As
have.
long as you're doing this to harm someone, you don't take the
Cool.
-2. That is a 3. Okay. Now, can you make me a wits awareness?
Me?
Yep. Free.
Ooh.
So it goes to her as she is the aggressor. So you are like a rogue from D&D. You are stealthed, and he cannot hear you sneak up behind him. So I would like Brandon to make me a dexterity plus athletics, and Jessica to make me a dexterity plus melee. And Jessica, you will get a +1 dice to this because you are stealth and he does not see you coming.
Cool.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Ah!
You guys are the messiest coterie I have ever seen.
Can I expend a willpower to try? Fuck. Actually,
You can't.
I don't know if
think
I
you
can do that. I
roll
don't
a
think I can do
multi-crit.
that.
Nope. So that's
Nope.
So, in doing just trying to hurt him, just to try and, you're not trying to kill him, but unfortunately, as you go for the hit, the beast takes over, and you do max damage to your coterie mate, as you do 5 superficial damage, which is quite a
Oof.
lot for him.
Yeah, because I only have 5
Mhm.
bars, so all of them are now superficial.
Yep.
But you get
And-
that half that as a Kendrick is just a fucking basic like
You
little.
do.
It's just basic like dagger. So you're
You do.
Yeah,
fine.
but you're also
So-
a kindred who got messy critical.
And yeah, I'm gonna say that's the reason why he takes 5.
Sorry, bud.
You almost sever the tendons in his leg, almost making him go limp in that leg. And you watch the other Todd and Nathaniel, you see this out of nowhere as your coterie mate Jessica loses her shit and just begins to shiv Brandon in the arse cheek over and over again. And you see him fall down to one knee and take massive damage. You can get rid of the harm, but the harm has already been done to your coterie member. And this being outside in a city, luckily there is no one around that is because it is pouring rain. But you are now outside of the inn. And my question to Brandon, do you scream or make a loud noise?
I would attempt not to because I have an idea of how I want to react to this.
Okay, I'm gonna say you're able to calm yourself not to make out a giant scream that would probably bring people out of the buildings. And now I would like you to make a note that whatever you want to do next, because unfortunately we are out of time. And we will be picking that up next week with you being shanked from behind and Jessica with blood all over her hands. You guys in a lupine-infested small village that seemingly a kindred has become a serial killer in, that is revealing all of your secrets. And when I say all, I mean kindred secrets. And we will pick it up there next time.